Good evening, everyone. If you can please take your seats. I'd like to call the meeting to order for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. I'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Eccles.
Here.
Councilmember Landrum.
Here.
Councilmember LaFay.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. And if I can ask the fire chief to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping to start out this evening. We have several speaker slips, and we have a very robust agenda this evening. Public comment, general public comment for items not on the agenda will be 2 minutes instead of 3, and I will allow a half an hour of public comment, and anything after that half hour will go to the end of the evening. When we finished our other business, I will open general public comment back up then. Public comment on all other items will be 2 minutes also this evening. With that, we will move into closed session report. Sorry, City Attorney.
That's okay. Good evening. Prior to tonight's council meeting, the council met in closed session to discuss one item. That's the appointment of a permanent city attorney. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And I will move on to mayor and council member reports, and I'll start to my left with Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I attended the CFAC, our Citizens Finance Committee meeting. The focus was on recommendations and review of revenue opportunities. Much of this will be more than likely incorporated into the special meeting tomorrow, budget meeting. I wanted to thank the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce for the gala that they held on March 17th. It's always my favorite, one of my favorite, I should say, events of the year to attend. It's where we recognize a community within our community, the small business community, and those members of our community that serve us at a larger scale as well. I have 2 businesses that I wanted to give a shout out tonight. One is Stacks. I want to thank Cynthia and her staff for a wonderful lunch the other day on the weekend. It was a packed Memorial Day weekend down on the Embarcadero, and I mean, her staff is amazing. They were handling it so well. But it was crazy. My husband and I were sitting outside and essentially watching, I think, probably another intersection that we'll be taking a look at some point, and that is the Embarcadero and Beach one. Is about 25 to 30 cars deep coming from the Rock, trying to get up Beach Street, and saw some wild stuff going on there. So I also wanted to give a shout out to Thrift Tide, welcome this mother and daughter business owner. It's actually located across from Carla's Kitchen, and it's in a building that I believe was at one time used in the fishing industry for cleaning fish, or, you know, I look to you for processing, but is now a really cute shop. They have all kinds of interesting things in there, and so I encourage you to go by and say hello. And lastly, I wanted to refer back to something that I mentioned at the last meeting in my report, and that was this finding of a common ground, setting a foundation in hopes to seek reaching a consensus. And I got to thinking about, you know, the things that we agree on as a community, being an active listener and all these kind of nuances. And then I started thinking about this all requires having a understanding the complexities of being a community. And so I looked up the definition, so bear with me. Community is a group of people who share common characteristics, interests, or location, and often feel a sense of belonging or connection. Well, obviously, we share our location, which is our hometown, which is Morro Bay. It is what connects us. But what often divides us, as opposed to unites us, I started thinking about a couple things: our view of the world, our life experiences, how we view ourselves, and how we express and uphold our values. It's a podium, like that's in front of us here tonight, and correspondence that we get the opportunity to express it all to our leadership, have open discussion, and seek understanding of one another. And in this case, help decision makers determine the best routes forward when dealing with the issues facing the community. I welcome everyone here tonight, and I really want you to know how much I appreciate all the outreach that has happened in the past few weeks since our last meeting. And I hope, or let's say, let's try to attempt, that we hold our shared values and our sense of connection here tonight as we move through this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Eccles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Edwards. That's a perfect segue for something that I'm going to read tonight. Yesterday, of course, was Memorial Day, and so I want to take a moment to acknowledge and honor our servicemen and servicewomen who gave the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedoms and allow us to live in a free society. I keep a copy of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence on my coffee table. True story. And so yesterday I read through the Declaration of Independence again, and I'm going to read just the beginning and just the end to you because we've got lots of folks here that we want to hear from. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And this is how it ends, and it had been a while since I read the ending, but note how powerful this is, and it talks about community. And for the support of this declaration, with the firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. If that doesn't describe community, I don't know what does. So I'm grateful for our freedoms. I'm grateful that you are here tonight. I'm grateful that we have an engaged community. We truly do listen to you. Somebody said last meeting that maybe I just have the appearance of listening. I use the word, I must be a great actor. I actively listen to every voice. As a matter of fact, it's one of the things that I enjoy most about the privilege of being on the council and representing you on the city council, is actively listening to your voices and your opinions. So please keep those phone calls, keep those emails coming. The last item that I'll mention is relative to that as well. Downtown Morro Bay is on our city goals. I would love to hear from you about any ideas that you have in terms of enhancing the vitality of our downtown. I walk that business regularly. I see some of the business owners here. I stop by and say hi to folks. And I think that we're at an opportunity to really make some positive change in our downtown. So I welcome your comments for that. Thank you for being here.
Councilmember.
Yeah, hello, everyone. I attended some of the same events that Council Mayor Pro Tem Edwards mentioned. Also, I stopped by, I have my granddaughters visiting, so we stopped by the Mermaid and Pirate Parade, and that was fun to see all the kids dressed up, and they were, walking around from the Rock to Dockside, and they had a food at the end of that. That was really nice. I think that was put on by Dockside. And let's see, what else did I do? Councilmember LaFay and I met with Friends of Morro Elementary along with Director Singwald. He let the group know that that he had arranged that there was a community member that was interested, that had offered pro bono to have his engineer from his firm look at the 1930s building to get their estimates on the cost to upgrade. And so I'm just letting everyone know that. I also attended the PWEB meeting and the National Estuary Program meeting. I went to that. They announced that the weekend of June 7th and 8th is recreational salmon fishing that's open just for those 2 days only. So if you want to be crowded, come salmon fishing on June 7th and 8th. In July, they're going to be celebrating their 30th year as a national estuary. And also I learned that State Parks is spraying Roundup on the South Sand Spit, and the National Estuary Program is spraying the North Sand Spit, which is Morro Bay's portion. I attended Visit Morro Bay's industry event. I also want to do a shout out to a local business. I took my granddaughters to an evening sound bath at Let's Get Tuned. We were invited to do that, and I was kind of worried that they would be too young to sit still that long, and they absolutely loved it. One of my youngest granddaughter, who's 8, fell asleep and was snoring. It was really cute. So I encourage anyone that's interested to try that out, because young and old, there's no one that couldn't do that. We also rode our bikes over the weekend to Art in the Park, and we actually rode through the 41 Main and Highway 1 intersections. And so I just have to report that, I don't know, we must have caught it at a really lucky time because there was no traffic. We also observed a lot of other parents and like really little kids, like 6-year-olds, on their bikes at the same time. There was actually a lot of bike traffic during that time. It was over the weekend, and it was pretty seamless. Let's see. I think that's it. That's all my reports.
Welcome, everyone. A couple things. The Morro Bay Maritime Museum is launching Museum Mondays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, starting June 16th. That will be a 2-hour session for kids ages 8 to 13 with maritime-related STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math projects. This program is free. Sign-ups are available with applications at the museum or email info@morrobaymaritime.org, and hopefully in the next day or so via our website. It is our hope that in years to come, we will expand this program. The Morro Bay Maritime Museum continues to serve our community, does not charge admission, and is an all-volunteer organization. Second up, that's coming up on June 28th, is the Morro Bay Maritime Swap Meet. That's from 8 to 1 o'clock, and that's also free. We have approximately 40 vendors. I run that event. I have done that for the last 10 years. And you want to buy a kayak, a surfboard, a fishing rod, anything maritime related, bay related, come on out. It's at the Maritime Museum Triangle Lot, June 28th. On a couple sad notes, I went to the Homeless Coalition meeting, and what we discovered from federal and state cuts, the Homeless Coalition's budget has been cut by $5 million in 2026. What will impact Morro Bay directly is the WICS program, which is Women's, Infants, and Children, which is a federal program that helps low-income parents breastfeed and postmortem, as well as infants and children up to the age of 5 who are at nutritional risk. That will be discontinued as of July 1st on Morro Bay Boulevard. So I'm not sure if that whole clinic is going to be even being able to be open as of July 1st. So if anyone uses that clinic, you'd probably need to do it before June 30th, unfortunately. Some good news on downtown, too. The Nautical Bean has taken over a lease at Morro Bay butcher and deli, and Nautical Bean will be coming in and anchoring that site in the very near future. So welcome Nautical Bean to our community. And I did go to the Chamber Gala, and I also went to CFAC. So thank you.
Thank you. The updates I want to share are some of the that have already been shared. I attended the Public Works Advisory meeting as well as the Visit Morro Bay Industry event, which is always very enlightening to hear how our tourism is doing. I also, Morro Bay hosted the monthly mayor's meeting, and we had Assemblymember Addis in attendance, as well as Supervisor Gibson, and a representative from Congressman Carvajal's office. A lot of the sharing that was done at the state level is about their deficit budget and their challenges they're faced with, what those funding cuts are going to look like trickling down. So we're waiting to hear how that's all going to play out up there. I had the opportunity to attend the Lost at Sea Memorial yesterday up in Cayucas that was hosted by, in part by local military groups as well as the Morro Bay Commercial Fishing Association. I also attended the Peace Officers Memorial that was hosted in Morro Bay and had the opportunity to speak at that. I was very honored. Thank you to our chief for that. The Morro Bay Chamber Gala, I want to do a shout out to the our very own Linda Winters, who's here this evening as Citizen of the Year. The Community Foundation, Morro Bay Community Foundation, which provides scholarships to youth in the Estero Bay area, was recognized as the nonprofit. The Business of the Year was the Morro Bay Theater, and the Living Treasure was Ray from the Lions Club, who is just so instrumental in everything that happens there with Monday night meals and so much more. Oh, excuse me, they have a new award this year, and they recognized a city employee, which is our very own City Clerk Dana Swanson. Thank you. I would have been very remiss. Also, I had the great opportunity to attend the banner dedication at the Morro Bay High School for the girls' water polo team and cross-country team. So that was really quite a turnout, and they had a little parade down on the waterfront, which was just great. And next Thursday is the Morro Bay High School graduation. So a lot going on, and with that, I will go over to our, those of you may have noticed, our city manager is not here this evening. She's traveling back from New York from her son's graduation, and will be in attendance tomorrow for the budget hearing. So with that, I will go to our subcommittee reports and see if we have anything over there. Mr. Qualick, anything on the water reclamation facility?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. No updates on the Water Reclamation Facility Subcommittee.
Thank you. And Mr. Singwald, anything from your department?
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Erlen Singwald, your Community Development Director. So as Councilmember Landrum mentioned, I did walk the Morro Elementary schoolhouse building with a local architect and structural engineer. They're going to kind of review their notes after the inspection and then contact me to talk about next steps in the process of developing a cost estimate to potentially renovate the existing schoolhouse building into a city hall facility and or a community room for if there were to be, say, an affordable housing project built on the property. Besides that, I have no subcommittee reports.
Thank you. Anything on offshore wind? No? Yes?
No.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And this evening, with the absence of the city manager, Chief Watkins is the acting city manager. Is there anything from you, Chief, for any sharing updates citywide?
There are no updates to share.
Thank you. That, we have a presentation this evening, a proclamation for Hunger Awareness Day. And I believe there's a representative here. I'm going to read the proclamation and invite you up. You're welcome to come up now or wait till we're done reading it, your choice. Thank you. Proclamation of the City of Morro Bay declaring June 6 Hunger Awareness Day. Whereas hunger profoundly undermines the health and well-being of both our community at large and individual neighbors, and whereas approximately a third of households in San Luis Obispo County are struggling to afford the cost of living in our region. And whereas more than 6,700 children in San Luis Obispo County are suffering from food insecurity, jeopardizing their growth, health, and academic success. Whereas nearly a quarter of local seniors are struggling to meet their basic needs. And whereas the San Luis Obispo Food Bank provides food to over 150 organizations, including nonprofits, education programs, and local government teams, thereby forming a critical network that distributes nutritious, life-sustaining food to those who face hunger. And whereas the San Luis Obispo Food Bank serves over 39,000 neighbors in need each month across the San Luis Obispo County from Napomo to San Miguel and from San Simeon to California Valley. Whereas the San Luis Food Bank distributes millions of nutritious meals to families, seniors, children, and people in need annually. And whereas the steadfast commitment of our community on Hunger Awareness Day, June 6, 2025, will be instrumental in raising the funds and awareness required to alleviate hunger and build a healthier community in San Luis Obispo County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Morro Bay City Council does hereby proclaim June 6, 2025 as Hunger Awareness Day in Morro Bay. And if I can invite you to come up, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Keisler. I'm the COO at the SLO Food Bank, and I've been with the food bank for about 12 years now. So Mayor Wixom and council members, thank you for shining light on this vital issue. Food insecurity is something that happens behind closed doors. There's no way to know if your colleague, your child's friend, or even the person bagging your own groceries is struggling to access nutritious food. On Hunger Awareness Day, we open those doors to make sure that thousands of our neighbors in need know they are not alone and that the entire county is working to alleviate hunger and build a healthier community. Since the start of COVID and persisting to this day, our community is experiencing food insecurity at a level we've not seen in our 35-year history. As a result, the SLO Food Bank and our hunger relief partners are responding to more than 16% surge in demand in services. We're honored to provide compassionate, nutritious hunger relief to the tens of thousands of SLO County residents through our direct hunger relief efforts and our network of more than 70 independent nonprofits whose kitchens and pantries we stock, including the Morro Bay Lions Club here at the Veterans Memorial Building, the Salvation Army, Open Arms Pantry at Rock Harbor Church, right here in Morro Bay. During this year's Hunger Awareness Day, the SLO Food Bank is excited to welcome you and the entire community to our warehouse for a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to distribute more than 5 million pounds of food to our neighbors facing hunger. This event offers a unique opportunity to connect with others, learn about our work, to meet the need for additional nutritious food during the summer when children and families are most in need, and celebrate the enormous impact we have when we work together. Hunger is a challenge that is very much a part of our local community. It touches our neighborhoods, our schools, our workforce, and our seniors. And in our community, the solution is also local, in the compassionate hearts of our generous neighbors who donate their time, talent, and treasure to our caring mission. More than 70% of our budget is supported by local individuals and businesses who provide consistency to ensure our work will continue regardless of state or federal uncertainty. We are so grateful to be this community's food bank. Thank you again for your kindness, for helping us share our story, and for supporting our mission on Hunger Awareness Day and throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move into general public comment. I do have speaker slips to start out. Again, I will remind everyone that we will be doing the first 30 minutes of general public comment. Anything after that will go to the end of the evening, and we will open general public comment back up for items not on the agenda. I do have 3 speaker slips that signed up for 1 minute. I will call them up first, and after that, it will be 2 minutes. First up is Asia Silverstone, followed by Doug Rogers and Kirian. And please forgive me if I said the names wrong.
Hello. All right, I'll start right now. I'm not asking for much time, but as a Morro Bay High School student, I drive through the current intersection where the roundabout's being proposed nearly every day. And pretty much every day when I'm going to school, it slows me down. I've never been at a four-way stop, or at least the one by the school, and not had someone who doesn't know how to use it, and they go too soon or too late, and it just messes up the whole thing and causes everyone to get where they're trying to get to slower. While the roundabout near the gas station, which I drive by a lot too, it's just pretty much a constant flow and gets everyone there super fast. So all I have to say is that roundabouts are the future, and we should see the change starting now. Thank you.
I'm going to ask if you, thank you for bringing signs. If you can please use your signs or wave your hands, but not applaud, or that will cut into our time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Doug Rogers, Morro Bay. My issue is safety. I walk through the roundabout on Morro Bay Boulevard every day, and it's amazing the speed of people coming off of Highway 1. I watch them come screaming in, and they have to slow down because the roundabout makes everybody slow down. So that is the best place to cross Morro Bay Boulevard for me. Because of this issue, I did a little research on roundabouts, and it turns out Cal Poly Traffic Engineering is a big advocate of roundabouts, primarily because it's the safest way to move the maximum amount of traffic because people have to slow down. So I'm in favor of proceeding with the roundabout. I'd also like to say I'm also in favor of inclusion in our city. Thank you.
Karian, followed by Courtney Shepler, followed by Jeff Heller.
I think if there's one thing I could say to get you guys to change your minds, it's this. I feel really justified right now. Who knows what might have been had I not spent all of those years waiting to be able to admit to just wanting to hold somebody's hand. Heteronormativity is a killer. But for me, I actually find it kind of insulting when people like you fly the pride flag. A good capitalist strives for amorality. So the minute you smell any threat to your profits, or in this case, your economic development contract, you'll run from us like a bat out of hell. And lo and behold, you did.
This is what democracy looks like. Jeff Heller, Morro Bay. Mayor, council, and staff members. A couple of quick comments about the roundabout. I don't know that I'll be staying for the whole meeting. As I understand it, and thanks to Mr. Kwolek for clarifying this issue with me, the issue before you tonight is to decide whether to transfer the completion of the environmental review work, which is 96% complete now by the city, transferring to SLOCOG for completion. The reason for making the transfer to SLOCOG for this final percent, as I understand it, is to ensure that potential Caltrans funding and schedules for the project remain in place. Item 9A is not about approving the project design, which at this point is just 30% complete. Many of us have serious safety concerns for pedestrians and cyclists at this intersection, and many good and reasonable suggestions for improvements have come from the public. Our expectations are that our dedicated and competent staff will work diligently with Caltrans to incorporate all or most of our safety-related suggestions into the future 60% design package, and provide a process for community review and comments along the way. When the 60% package does come before council, the project can be approved or rejected at that time. To be clear, a no vote tonight is likely to eliminate the opportunity to incorporate the many good safety suggestions into the design as it evolves. I support staff's recommendation to have SLOCOG complete the environmental work and proceed with completion of the design. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Courtney Shepler, followed by Linda Merrill, followed by Linda Winters. Thank you, Courtney.
Hello, I'll be brief and I'll save the balance of my comments on the roundabout for that agenda item later. I wanted to speak to public discourse, and we have seen in the past speakers have come up and disparaged our young people as being too stupid to navigate a roundabout. If we're lucky tonight, we may be able to hear from some of our young people, and I would just ask that this be an inviting place for them where they can speak freely and not be disparaged in that way. For many of them, it may be the first time that they're coming and speaking at a forum like this, and that can be a little bit intimidating. So I just ask that this be a welcoming place. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom, council members LaFay, Landrum, Eccles, and Edwards, staff, and viewers at home. My name is Linda Merrill, and I'm a 45-year resident. My husband and I live north of Highway 41 and Main Street intersection. My comments are for 9A because I can't stay till later. I would like to support continuing the 5% study, the rest of the 5% study of the environmental report, so that we can provide input on the next phase of this project. This will allow transparency, which I know that all of you have stood up for. I'll be watching the meeting at home on television, and thank you all so much for being here. Could I say a word about the food bank? Do I have a time? I work for the food bank at the Farm Fresh, picking vegetables to distribute to locations all over the county. And I'm really worried that the funding may be cut. These people have a plot of land, which is huge, like 3 football fields full, and they plant the plants, they grow the vegetables, water them, take care of them, and then we all pick them, and they're distributed to various locations around the county. So anyway, I have one story about a woman who works there picking vegetables, and her family's disabled. She's the only woman in her family who can help work. She takes care of the children that are disabled at schools. And so anyway, I hope the funding doesn't stop. Thank you.
Linda Winters is next. She'll be the last speaker slip, and I'll open public comment after that for everyone else. Thank you, Linda. Congratulations again, Citizen of the Year.
Thank you very much. It's quite an honor. I didn't get the keys to the city yet, though. My family was asking about
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah. I need to say a very special thank you to Dana Swanson. I'm in High Cotton Company there. She is the backbone of this city staff. Mwah. Love you. Anyhow, Jeff, I love a segue, and you provided it for me. Talking about community, I'm here tonight to talk about the Monday night community dinner that happened here just last night. We had over 100 people that came through the doors, and we served probably, because it was a holiday weekend, we didn't have quite as many donations from the food bank, but we had an awful lot. We had probably 12 new people that came through the doors, all wanting to know, was this available for anybody? Yes, that is the true meaning of community. We have it for anybody and everybody that comes through our doors. A very special thank you to the Lions Club. I know they're back there, over there somewhere, raising their hands. And we really, really enjoy on top of the world being able to help. And another thing that went on yesterday was 805 Street Outreach. The showers are back in operation every single Monday. So I want to thank everybody for all of their support, and I will see you on June 10th. Thank you.
With that, general public comment is open. I have no more speaker slips. I will remind you there's 2 minutes each. Thank you. General public comment for items not on the agenda.
My name is Betty Winholtz. I'm glad that the high schoolers are here this evening because apparently, and I agree, that I owe them an apology for calling them stupid. However, what I would say to them and what I would say to the public is that I have been I worked at a university for 10 years. I have tutored those high school students for 30 years, and I can say that they do stupid things. So their actions can be stupid, but maybe they're not stupid. And so I apologize to you if you've taken offense, and I want you to know that I base that on my interactions with you for 30 years. And so I encourage you as you graduate and as you give your speeches tonight, which are extra credit from a class at school tonight. That's why they're here, to talk to you, because it's extra credit for them. Thank you.
Please keep your comments to yourselves. Thank you. Wave your signs. Thank you.
Okay to speak? Hi, I'm Bev Shaw. I've lived in Morro Bay for 18 years on Mimosa Street, and I'm here in support of a continuing discussion about the roundabout. I remember when we first started talking about the roundabout, it was compared to the city of Windsor, because Windsor has a high school right next to their roundabout as well. So I went online and I looked up Windsor and to see what was happening with their roundabout. They actually have 3 roundabouts now, and they have completed their 3rd one. And lo and behold, they have just won the city, they won the overall winner of the California City's 2024 Outstanding Local Streets and Roads Project Award. And they have completed their roundabout. And what's really unique about it, it also has train tracks that go right down the middle of it. Which is very kind of different too, and they're incorporating a passenger train that is going to bisect it's not active yet, but it's going to bisect the roundabout. And they talked about going out for public comment. They already had a traffic light at the intersection, but it wasn't functioning the way they wanted it to. So they talked about with the community. They spent a year getting all the community input that they could, and local experts talking about what they thought would be the best thing. And then in 2019, they came back, and after extensive public outreach and meetings and local safety experts, they decided with the local town council that they chose to do the roundabout, and that led to construction. And the primary concern surrounding the road improvement project was pedestrian and traffic safety. The intersection is close to the high school, which would cause many major delays. Am I done already?
Yep. Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone the roundabout is on the agenda, so if you could keep the comments for general public comment.
Okay, I'll come back then. Thank you.
You only get one swipe at it. Thanks. That was for those who can't stay. So general public comment, thank you, for items not on the agenda.
Do I have permission to speak?
Please, thank you, Carol.
I did fill out a
Thank you.
speaker slip.
I don't have
Okay.
one for general public comment.
Mayor, council, staff, thank you for allowing this time for us. I just want to amplify a letter that was written to city staff and council and mayor, written by the San Luis Obispo Coastal School District Board President, Marilyn Rogers, and the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Superintendent, Eric Prater. And they both strongly urged you, decision makers, to go forward with the steps necessary to look at the roundabout, the safety of it, and expedience of it. So I'm confident that these two school officials are very well able to decide and judge child safety and child behavior, and with their strong recommendation, I think that that's something that we should all be very, very cognizant, very aware of. Thank you.
Anyone else for general public comment for items not on the agenda? Good evening.
Good evening. All right. My name is Jameson Winstead. I am a high school senior here at Morro Bay High. Have been attending Morro Bay High for about 4 years. I live up near Spencer's, and for the past 4 years have been walking, riding a bike, whatever it may be, to get to school. So I wanted to speak to some experiences I've had as a pedestrian in the intersection and why I believe the roundabout is a superior choice in terms of local construction. For the past 4 years, I have nearly been hit at least once every year, often upwards of more. I have been hit twice in the current four-way stop that we have. I still have the remains of a bicycle and a backpack that have both been completely destroyed as a result. So I firmly believe that I think a roundabout would be far better, because the problem that I've experienced is the congestion, right? Is that people often, like, it's the constant stopping and starting of the four-way stop that leads to the congestion of cars and leads to people not necessarily knowing if or when they are going. A roundabout would keep people constantly in motion, and it would prevent that problem. It would allow the congestion to clear itself naturally, as opposed to the stopping and starting that has destroyed my bike and my backpack. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anyone else for general public comment for items not on the agenda?
Good evening. I'm Nancy Teeter. I'm a longtime resident of Morro Bay. I would like to express my concern about the fire danger in our city. We have property owners that have open lots that have weeds that are 4 and 5 feet tall and do not clear the lots until the deadline set by the fire department. I'd like to see that possibly the ordinance be changed, that the lots have to be cleared more than once a year. With our high winds, dry weeds, I don't think I'm over exaggerating my concern for our town that we don't become the next Malibu or Altadena. Thank you.
Anyone else for general public comment for items not on the agenda? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue? AGP?
Hi, Mayor. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will bring it back to council. I'm closing public comment on these items, and is there any comments from anyone? Nope. Thank you. With that, we will move into public comment on the consent agenda. This is for public comment on items on the consent agenda. Again, I'll remind you, we have 2 minutes for public comment. I have speaker slips I will start with. Jen Fields, Willow, and Shell. Thank you. Followed by Amy Brentlin. Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jen, and I work in Recreate in Morro Bay. And I'm here to speak in support of the proclamation of June as Pride Month. But before this is voted on, I wanted to bring attention that transgender is not written anywhere in this proclamation, even though T is in the acronym of LGBTQ+. I hope this is just a copy and paste error. I recommend that transgender is listed between bisexual and queer in the second whereas statement before this proclamation is approved. Pride Month would not exist without the efforts of Black and brown transgender activists at Stonewall in 1969 during the Stonewall Uprising. The first Pride marches were the year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, and any proclamation of Pride Month must include the transgender community. I hope this proclamation, once amended, occurs every year to celebrate the LGBTQ+ community. I also hope that this isn't the last year the pride flag is flown by the city. Who we love, how we identify in our community are not a lifestyle or something to erase when it's not convenient for economic growth. They are our rights and our lives. Morro Bay residents and visitors deserve to see the pride flag that celebrates them during Pride Month, as well as a proclamation that we deserve safety and equality. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. You, the members of the City Council of Morro Bay, voted to rescind a rule that would raise the flag in June. The votes come right before June. There's no coincidence. Homophobia is proud and strong in MAGA Bay and is disguised as neutrality. You read portion of the Constitution. The preamble begins with "we the people." You exclude members of the community. And for a declaration of Pride Month without declaring the T, and I'd like to state for public record, I am the T. If you exclude me, I am not part of your community. Can we make that very clear? Why did this happen? Finances and fear of losing federal funding if the council supports NDI initiatives. So let's erase the T. Let's erase LGBTQ. This town is in debt. The recent budget shows the deficits, and the expenditures are far more than the revenue. The records are available online. But it's okay. They had a plan of making MAGA Bay more inclusive to tourists by excluding the LGBTQIA, which is parroted by some of the actual shops for fear of losing clientele. But fear is fear. You're either a victim or you're a perpetrator of it, hiding behind the false narrative, the false mask, and that is how the Nazis got their foothold, and how my own family was sent to internment camp under Executive Order 9066. Will you turn a blind eye to me when they come for me? But you don't need to care. Even though I am a resident, I only make up 1% of the LGBTQ. We are numerically insignificant, enough to not matter, which is ironic since one of your own board members was a bisexual man on the gala board. The records are available online. Yes, you can place a pride flag on your private property, but that does not exclude them from attacking me and harassing me and victimizing me. But I will not be a victim to you.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, Council, and City staff. I went back and listened to the April 22nd City Council meeting, hoping I'd find some context, some piece of information that would help me understand the perspective behind the decision to stop flying the pride flag after this year. But it only served to deepen my frustration. What I heard wasn't a call for unity. It was a decision that masqueraded as fairness, but quietly pulled back from inclusion. It was a retreat disguised as neutrality, but in reality, it just diminishes. You said, and I quote, "It struck me as an overtly arrogant act by a local body, and I believe this policy represents a gross overreach of local government, and by its very nature is device not inclusive," unquote. My question to you, Councilman Echols, is this: how do you reconcile the claim that it was arrogant to raise the pride flag, but not arrogant to take it down? How do you believe a governing body should operate? Isn't its purpose to represent all of its constituents through actions that foster inclusion, not exclusion? Do you really think that hundreds of cities across this country that have embraced the pride flag as a symbol of belonging did so by accident or without due process? No, they did it because that's exactly what good governance looks like, recognizing and affirming the presence and dignity of all people. Isn't this what local government is supposed to do? Calling the decision to fly the pride flag arrogant and divisive ignores the truth. Morro Bay raised it out of compassion to make this community safer and more visible. That is leadership, not division. The American flag, too, is not universally experienced as a symbol of unity. It has been weaponized, co-opted by one political identity, and for many, it now symbolizes exclusion rather than belonging. Until we share a definition of liberty, justice under the flag, we must uphold symbols like the pride flag because they reflect a promise to this country, and it hasn't been fully delivered yet. We need equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, followed by Lena Valadavia, and I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Lena.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. You will be presenting a June 2025 Pride Proclamation that eloquently and profoundly lays out all of the reasons for its issuance. I would ask why you believe all of those reasons for flying it has a one-year expiration date. Please reconsider your vote to not recognize National Pride Month with the flying of the flag in coming years. There's a fundamental difference between denying someone a right and taking it away after it's already been granted. The former is indifference, the latter is betrayal. And that betrayal reverberates because when nothing has changed but leadership, when the only thing that is different is who now holds power, removing a symbol of inclusion starts to feel personal. It sends a message about who belongs and who doesn't. That's the definition of divisive. Since the last election, I've watched fear grow in my community. Friends and family have spoken about leaving the country or are preparing to, cashing out retirements, seeking dual citizenship, not because they're paranoid, but because they are feeling the ground shift. When the rule of law erodes, when co-equal branches of government lose their boundaries, when the executive office violates laws without consequence, those of us in unfavored groups live with a creeping uncertainty. I might be safe today, but what about tomorrow? When I've shared that I don't feel as protected under this administration, people say, well, at least you live in California. What does that mean? Just that I have a little bit more time until things fall apart? California has always tried to lead with conscience on the environment, on civil rights, on public health and education. We've been bold enough to say we can be better. I hope we can be better.
I have one more speaker slip after that. Consent agenda will be open for everyone. Thank you. Liana? No? Yep, there she is. After that, microphone is open.
Sorry, I have a tricky name. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm here to speak about the Pride Month proclamation. I wanted to thank you for putting it on the agenda, and it is, on the surface, a kind and familiar gesture. It tells people, LGBTQ people in Morro Bay, that we are seen, that our lives matter, and that our stories are part of this community. But gestures without substance and without follow-through can quickly become hollow. This year, the proclamation comes just 2 weeks after this council voted unanimously to rescind the very policy that made it possible to raise the pride flag at City Hall. So while I do thank you for bringing this proclamation to be voted on, I need to be honest, it hurts to accept it. It hurts to stand up here and smile for a gesture that no longer has policy behind it, that excludes, intentionally or not, transgender people from the very text of that recognition. And I don't want to be up here talking about a flag. Let me be clear, but the flag matters not because it solves everything or anything at all, but because it signals something about who belongs here and who the city is willing to stand beside when the political winds change. I've heard people argue that flying one group's flag excludes others, but representation is not exclusion. Recognizing the value of one community does not diminish anyone else's. In this very same agenda, you've declared June 6th Hunger Awareness Day. That's good, that matters. But does any reasonable person whose life hasn't been touched by hunger feel excluded by that? Of course not. We recognize the need and we respond with empathy. That's what good communities do. And I believe Morro Bay wants to be a good community, but if you're going to say that Pride Month matters, and if you're going to invite us here to take pictures, make statements, then it has to mean something. It has to come with real support, with policies, not just proclamations. My organization, the Gala Pride and Diversity Center, serves LGBTQ people across the Central Coast. We've seen firsthand what it means when cities take a step back from visible inclusion. People notice, youth notice, and that silence speaks volumes. Thank you again for this gesture, and I sincerely hope that next year it won't be the only one. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on the consent agenda?
Hello, everyone. My name's Danielle Capodieci. I go by Danny. And I am a private business owner. I own and operate a sales consulting firm called Capo Sales Consulting. And my family has had a house here, lives here for the last 10 years. I was a little kid here playing in Spooner Cove before we moved here with my brother. And recently, my partner and I decided that we wanted to relocate here. She's from the South, and the smaller community, right, obviously resonates with me being here, my family being here for so long, and it resonated with her as well. And with just the last few little time remaining, I want to tell you a little story about what the pride flag means to me, and what it represents to me. Back in, it would have been 2009 or 2010, it was right around the time gay marriage was repealed in California, when I went to my first Pride event during June. And it was the first time as well in my young 20s where I had seen a pride flag in a store owner's window. And I remember that feeling so clearly even today as I think about this. And the feeling I felt there was the first time I felt like I was supported, and that I felt safe, and I felt like there was a community there that wasn't necessarily part of the LGBTQIA community, but they were supportive, and that represented to me that growing up in Christian and Catholic schools my entire life, that represented acceptance to me. And when I saw a post about the vote, about no longer flying the pride flag as a commemorative flag, I became very sad. I actually had pointed to a flag in Brightside Pizza when we were up here and said, "Look, there's our pride flag. It's right here." And to see this happen, it broke my heart. It broke my heart as I'm looking here to move. So that's it. I know my time is up, but I wanted to share that with all of you. So thank you so much for considering this and hearing us. I would like to see something change that's meaningful. So thank you.
Hello. Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Mary Norman, and I was married for 23 years to a transgendered person. I went through the whole thing. I married a man and divorced a woman. So I know what the pride, these people are people. and they are nice people. My husband and I, or my ex-husband and I, are still friends. We have 2 autistic kids, but it wasn't his fault, it was mine. So I can't see why you're even thinking about not flying the flag. They're people, enjoy them. They're nice people, talk to them. I knew him for 9 years before I married him, and I met him at church. Good grief, something must be right. So please, don't knock the flag down. Let them live their lives too. Thank you.
AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor. We have one raised hand in the queue. Glenn Siloway, I will allow you to speak. You may begin. Glenn, you are unmuted. You could begin speaking. Okay, it doesn't look like he's there, so we could go ahead.
Excuse me, I am here. I inadvertently put my hand up at this point. I'm waiting for later. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We are good to continue, Mayor.
There are no more raised hands?
No more raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. There's no more public comment on the consent agenda. I will close public comment and bring it back to council. City Clerk Swanson. There was a question, a couple comments that were made about the verbiage of the proclamation. If you could clarify that, please, that was not on our
Yeah,
behalf.
my recollection is the language for the proclamation was given to us by Gala a couple of years ago, and it's been updated. They did not provide requested language this year, so I apologize if language was left out that should have been included.
So we can address that with them when you have the opportunity for the proclamation. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Normally, it's been provided the verbiage for that, so it would have been an oversight in the transaction between Gala and the city. Does anyone want to pull items on the consent agenda? To my right, to my left?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 7B, please.
To have a motion to approve items 7A and 7C.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll give one a first and one a second. Thank you. Councilmember Edwards, 7B.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I read this proclamation from my heart and with acknowledgement. To you, the community within our community, whose shared values are often scrutinized, criticized, challenged, or disregarded in the current political climate. And I apologize that correction is not in there, so I'll do my best. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay declaring June 2025 as Pride Month. Whereas the City of Morro Bay supports the rights of all citizens to experience equity and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the City of Morro Bay honors the history of lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer LGBTQ+ liberation movement and recognizes that LGBTQ+ individuals have had an immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic success of our city and nation. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity, worth, and status, and the City Council calls upon community members to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas Pride Month began as a protest against the profiling and violence of the LGBTQ people who continue to face intense struggles to this day. And whereas human beings deserve not only the tools for survival, but also access to the pursuit of equitable health, liberation, and joy. And whereas the LGBTQ+ people have historically struggled to find others like themselves in the media, community, and commerce, and Pride Month serves as a crucial time of visibility and community. And whereas recognition from one's government is crucial for feeling safe in one's community, and the City of Morro Bay is intent on ensuring everyone in the city feels welcome, safe, and a sense of belonging. And whereas recognizing and celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides opportunities to engage in dialogue, to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights for all. And whereas Pride Month is a cornerstone of American culture that allows us to lift up our successes while working toward a better, more inclusive, equitable future. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City Council of the City of Morro Bay hereby proclaims the month of June 2025 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ+ community. And lastly, I want to share that the Pride flag will be raised Sunday, June 1st, above the City Hall for the 3rd year. I would like to invite members of the LGBTQ+ community, friends, and families to join in a presentation to be held Monday, June 2nd at 9 a.m. in front of the City Hall in celebration, and what I hope will lead to further discussion and engagement opportunities with each other. Thank you.
Any other comments? Anything else to add?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, and thank you for reading that. Appreciate that, Councilmember Edwards. I wanted to make a clarifying statement because it's been mentioned a couple of times. One of the speakers for public comment quoted my words accurately, but then attributed them incorrectly. When I spoke of what I believe to be an arrogant act of a local municipal body, that was in reference to 3 individuals on the council having the ability to vote on any commemorative flag that they see fit and then impose that upon the community. So that's where I was coming from with that. Never mentioned any specific commemorative flag, and nor was the policy directed toward any, the policy change directed toward any specific commemorative flag. So if you read the transcript that I've provided to the media and to other folks that have asked about it, you'll see that those words ring true. So I just wanted to clarify that. Some folks, obviously, some folks won't agree with that assessment or agree with that opinion, but the fact of the matter is, I brought it forward because of the commemorative flag policy, not about any specific commemorative flags. I just wanted to clarify that issue. Thank you.
Any other comments? No, with that, I will move approval of item 7B and ask for a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you all for your comments. Moving on to item 8A. This is a public hearing item, and I will turn this over to Mr. Singwald, Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Marilyn Singwald, Community Development Director. So this item is a Tax-Exempt Financing Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, hearing to support HASLO, or the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, with bond financing for their affordable housing project located at 405 Atascadero Road. This is a bit of a unique hearing item for the city because really the city's role is just limited to holding this hearing and providing a public forum for the hearing under TEFRA. This item does not in any way create a financial or legal obligation for the city. Again, the city's role is really limited to just supporting the Housing Authority by being the forum for this public hearing. And with that, I would ask that the mayor give Jim Rendler with the Housing Authority an opportunity to present on behalf of HASLO.
Please. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Jim Rendler. I'm a development partner with HASLO and a partner in Morro Bay Apartments Limited Partnership. So thank you. This is somewhat of a unique situation. Once again, this is really to satisfy a state requirement. There's no obligation, no liability to the city. Essentially, this is kind of a nuance with a reissuance of bonds, and part of this is for the Morro Bay apartments, which have been completed in operation since January of last year. Part of the necessity for this was we had some project delays due to electrical switchgear that caused a delay and required some amendments to the financing. These are private activity bonds that are privately placed with a bank. The property is, obviously in operation. We really appreciate all the prior support from the city. It's only getting more difficult to build affordable housing, so we definitely appreciate all the support for the project. I'm really happy to answer any questions. There's really not much in term to really discuss, as there's nothing really impacting the city, but happy to, and this would be absolutely crucial to our efforts to get this approved as we're trying to close out the financing, which has been a very difficult process, especially given some federal situations. So really appreciate if there are any concerns or questions, happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just grab a seat up front in case council has questions. Thank you. Mr. Singwald, any follow-up with that?
No follow-up, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Questions? No questions. With that, this is a public hearing item. I will open public comment on this item. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor. There's one raised hand in the queue. Nick D. Angelis, I will allow you to speak. You may begin.
Great, thanks. You hear me okay?
Yes. Thanks, Nick.
Hey, yeah, of course. All right, maybe not, maybe a little bit of questions, maybe a little bit of comments here. So I actually live a couple houses down from this establishment, which is fine. There's no issues that I've experienced so far. I think what I'm a little bit concerned with, maybe they can be answered, maybe not. And for the record, like, I'm all about affordable housing. I think affordable housing is a need. I think in this area it's particularly important. But I think I have a few questions or a few things that I would like, some understanding for, and I think the council would benefit from additional questions as well. So, and I'm just going off of what the documents say, but I look at this with a couple of gaps, couple red flags, couple concerns. So the first, inside of this, there's no local oversight or control. So this is an external authority, which is fine. But if there's issues that arise, maintenance, tenant disputes, poor management, et cetera, this also has a lot of implications with the roundabout and the area that the roundabout is going to be considered in. I'm just interested how, the maintenance with the city corresponds with the objective that is the low housing. The point two that I would say here, the long-term use, like, this is a 55-year contract, which kind of goes against some of the things that the city says on how vitality comes into play. And for 55 years, like, that's a long-term plan. And I'm not really sure that we've really understood all the implications here. The resident composition and the city understanding, like, what is actually low housing, how do we support low housing, and how does that become part of the city's objectives as well? I'm not sure that that's 100% understood. And I think there's some other just concerns here, just in general, that I would just want to make sure that the council asks a ton of questions on, because a 55-year contract, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to, sustain no maintenance on the city side, and what happens within that 55 years if essentially the city's objectives kind of change.
Thank you, Nick. Anyone else for public comment on this item?
There are no more raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. Mr. Singwald, any response to that? Or?
So I would just, start off by reiterating that this hearing, this action today in no way commits the city towards this project. I don't know if Mr. Rendler would like to address the comments?
Thank you.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So the 55 years that's part of state law. The project, one of the primary funding sources is low-income housing tax credits, which are paired with the tax-exempt bond financing. And so that's just a state law. That is a requirement. All of the tenants are between 30 and 60% area median income. There's very strict protocols to actually qualifying, and pretty extensive enforcement that we are actually making good on those commitments. There's financial guarantees that we have to supply to the lenders and investors that do invest in these projects. Additionally, there are protocol, like checks and balances in terms of the ongoing operation of it. We have contracted amounts that we are required to put on an annual basis for replacement reserves to ensure that the property will be operating efficiently. And there's also the question about the enforcement. I mean, there's code enforcement. You know, we obviously own these long-term. We're not going anywhere, and the city does have authority to make sure that we are operating efficiently. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else for public comment on this item? That I will close public comment and bring it back to council for questions or comments. To my left? Any questions or comments? No. To my right, any questions? Ask for a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 28-25, allowing the reissuance of a tax-exempt obligation by the Housing Authority of the City of San Luis Obispo, HASLO, for the purpose of providing financing for the construction of multifamily affordable rental housing located in the city, provide consent to the operation by HASLO within the boundaries of the city in connection with the financing, development, and operation of the affordable rental housing. Am I reading the right thing? Such adoption of the resolution is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and California Government Code Section 6500 et.
Thank you. Is there a second? I second it. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to our second public hearing item this evening. Ordinance number 671, amending the Morro Bay Municipal Code chapter to adopt California State Fire Marshal Fire Hazard Zone map for Morro Bay. Chief McCrane.
All right. Wait for the presentation to load here. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present an update to the fire hazard severity zone maps. The state is mandated by Government Code 51178 to identify levels of fire hazard based on consistent statewide criteria and the expected severity of fire hazards. Government Code 51179 requires the state fire marshal to make recommendations to local agencies for adoption. So what are fire hazard severity zones? They are areas of the state identified as moderate, high, and very high fire hazard. Key elements of the fire hazard severity zone model are the probability of an area burning and expected fire behavior under extreme weather and fuel conditions. These maps measure hazard, not risk. Hazards are things such as weather patterns, terrain, flame length, and potential fuel loads over a 50-year period. Risk is the potential damage a fire can do and does factor in things like fuel mitigation projects, building construction features, and other fire prevention activities. So why the updates? The last update for Morro Bay was in March of 2009. The updated maps utilize current research and modeling programs that account for real local weather, terrain, fire modeling, and now EmberCast, as recent fire behavior science has realized the effect of embers on the spread of fires. Per Senate Bill 63, local responsibility areas are required to adopt the updated maps within 120 days. We do not have the latitude to make any changes or reduce the severity designation in any area. We only have the ability to make more restrictive if desired by an agency. So here I have two maps for you. The map on the left was the recommended fire hazard severity zone for Morro Bay in 2009. The little area in red right along South Bay was a very high fire hazard designation. No other portion of the city had a designation. The map on the right is the new proposed map. This new map identifies 1,114 acres as moderate, 266 acres as high, and 754 acres as very high. The very high increases by approximately 698 acres over the previous designation. I'd like to talk about specific areas around town. First, in North Morro Bay, the moderate severity zone in North Morro Bay makes a loop around the perimeter of the city. It's in the yellow, the light yellow on the map. On the west side, it extends from the ocean out to approximately Sandalwood, Beachcomber, and Coral. This zone goes through part of the Cloisters, right next to the high school, along the pit and the rock parking lot over to Coleman Park. On the east side, it extends from the city limit to approximately Whidbey, Tide, Greenland, and Bayview. These streets are just a reference point. The dividing lines do not accurately follow city streets and vary greatly from parcel to parcel. In North Morro Bay, there is one area that is designated as a high fire hazard severity zone. The high fire hazard severity zone is the brown color on the map. This area goes north and south from approximately Highway 41 over to Elena Street. And from east to west, this area goes from the city limit to roughly Koa, Juniper, and Ironwood, depending on the location. South Morro Bay has the most significant impact under the new maps. Previously, the release of this map, the only portion of the city that had very high designation was a small area south of South Bay Boulevard and onto the Black Hills. Now this area extends across all of Black Hills and into the residential neighborhoods. The very high designation extends into the neighborhoods approximately to Arbutus Street. The high designation borders the very high, and it extends approximately to Bradley or Kern. The moderate borders the high and extends roughly to Piney. So the impacts of these changes. The impacts of these changes can include stricter building requirements for portions of the city and increased defensible space requirements. Chapter 7A of the Fire Code specifically addresses the requirements for properties in fire hazard severity zones. Some of the items included in Chapter A of the California Fire Code include ignition-resistant materials, non-combustible roofing, protected gutters, enclosed eaves, fire-resistant attic vents, and multi-pane fire-resistant windows. Application of this chapter of the California Fire Code imposes stricter building requirements that would apply to new construction and certain renovations. Morro Bay does have a citywide hazard fuels mitigation ordinance. For properties in high and very high, these requirements are more stringent and follow the state defensible space guidelines, including 100-foot vegetation clearance around structures and newly implemented Zone 0, where there are no combustibles within 5 feet of a structure to limit ember spread to fires in building, ember spread fires to buildings. As we have seen with how the maps are drawn, there are many parcels with more than one severity zone designation, as they don't cleanly follow property boundaries or roadways. For parcels that have more than one severity zone designation overlaid on it, the requirements of the more restrictive zone would apply. How is Morro Bay Fire addressing wildfire concerns? Morro Bay Fire added a wildland fire engine last year to improve response capabilities for these types of fires. We have coordinated with the Fire Safe Council to complete a hazard fuels reduction project along Quintana Road, famously known as the ditch here. And we have a reduction project pending for Cerrito Peak. We're just trying to time it between monarch butterfly migration season and bird nesting season, leaving a very small window in September and October to perform the work. This work is primarily cleanup of the ground litter from the eucalyptus trees and removal of some dead and down branches and limbs. We coordinate with state parks as part of a 4-year fuels management plan to conduct control burns and reduce hazard fuels in the state park. As you've seen recently, many prescribed fires happening in state parks, and we coordinate with them on that activity. The department also recently completed a community risk assessment and standards of cover document to evaluate fire department services to provide recommendations to meet changing conditions within the community. This will be presented to council later tonight. Finally, the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection has a program that municipalities can apply for, known as the Fire Risk Reduction Communities List. Possible benefits of this program include priority for CAL FIRE's fire prevention grants and possible insurance discounts for residents in the community. We believe that we meet these qualifications, and we will apply after July 1st when the application period opens. Finally, how to view the map and the related documents. Information related to the Severity Zone maps and links to the documents can be found on the city website under Hot Topics. I've also included information from the California Department of Insurance and a question and answer sheet about the impacts of this update on insurance. Public comments can be directed to me at fhszcomments@morrobayca.gov. And with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Chief McCrane. Questions to my right, Councilmember LaFay.
Chief, in your opinion, is this new map going to impact our insurance, which seems to be, a major issue?
That's a very difficult question. According to the State Insurance Commissioner, they state that this does not have a bearing on insurance rates, as we have all seen and received letters from, insurance companies because of fire hazard. I would be remiss if I said that it won't. The State Insurance Commissioner claims that it won't, but reality might show a different story. I don't have a definite answer on that.
Questions, Councilmember LaFay? Councilmember Landrum, questions? Councilmember
Yes,
Edwards?
thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief McCrane, thank you for your presentation. I'm particularly interested in your slide, how is Morro Bay Fire addressing wildfire concerns? I've heard from several constituents, and as a matter of fact, we heard from someone tonight during public comment about the risk of fuel on residential plots. So if you could address that, I know it's a particularly after the fires of last year, it's a palpable concern in our community. And I've heard from residents that are hoping that somehow the city can facilitate some kind of stepped up enforcement on these residential lots that have shrubbery and fuel, basically.
Absolutely. So we do have a pretty robust weed abatement program throughout the city. The deadline for compliance is June 15th. After that date, the fire marshal goes out and inspects all of the city lots, and then we'll issue a letter to properties that are not in compliance, giving them an opportunity to remediate. After that time, if they don't remediate, they will receive a citation, and then we'll reinspect and they'll receive multiple citations. There is a dividing line between what is eyesore on a public property, a few overgrown weeds in a flower bed, things like that, versus a true fire hazard. We do cite for true fire hazards and weed abatement on that. The other stuff that we field a number of calls for are typically code enforcement violations, and we do work with the city's code enforcement officer to try to address those as well. The city currently does not have an ordinance or a program in place to force somebody to comply beyond citations. We issue multiple citations, but we don't have a mechanism in place to go out and do the work and bill them or something along those lines. That being said, we have really good compliance here in the city, and we usually issue less than 10 citations a year. The community really is diligent about trying to comply with this.
Mayor Pro Tem, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief McCrane, for this report. I did have one question. I think there was a reference to a forestry fire risk reduction community certification, or the FRC. I think that's what I saw. And we're going to be applying for this in the summer. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, so it's a program that the state offers, and it's a fairly new program. It's a fire risk reduction community list, and they evaluate your municipal codes, see if you have more stringent codes than what the California Fire Code requires. And there's a few other criteria. And we had an intern from San Luis Obispo City Fire. went through on a grant through the Fire Safe Council and evaluated all the different municipalities to see if they qualified for this. And we believe that we do qualify. Ultimately, it's up to the State Board of Foresters to evaluate the application. With this, it does create this list of communities that go above and beyond what the state requires. And with that, there are potential insurance discounts and things like that that the community members could be eligible for. And it does make the community eligible in priority for fire safe grants when you have mitigation projects. So it's just something additional we can try to do, because I do believe that this will impact our insurance, in some way. And so anything that we can do to try to help offset for that community. So I'm looking everywhere that we can to try to, put things in place that will help the community members offset that.
Yeah, I really appreciate you going above and beyond and looking into those things, and hopefully that is something that we can achieve. So thank you very much for that.
Again, Chief, just for clarification, because that was the question I was going to ask, was what was included in that grant. When you talk about how that can help with insurance, you're talking about the overall opportunities for the city's rating, which will in turn reduce the rating of hopefully the residents of the community. I don't know if the community understands how the city's rated for that fire safety.
So there's a couple different ratings. The city has a ISO rating and an insurance service organization rating, and that evaluates fire capabilities for response to a residential structure fire. And that's typically what insurance premiums are based off of, or at least a portion of it is fire department capabilities. You need to live within so many feet or so many miles of a fire station, have fire hydrants nearby, things like that, and then what type of services we're able to provide. In addition to that, now they're looking at fuel modeling, hazards of the terrain, and things like that. They are starting to look at mitigation measures that are done in a community level. Firewise communities, neighborhoods that band together and enact stricter regulations and create a firewise community. Things like that do play into the criteria that some insurance companies look at. And the insurance commissioner has been working with the state Fire Chiefs Association to try to find better ways to address this and actually give credence to individual level property owners that do mitigate their property instead of a blanket, you're in this zone and nothing counts. So there's been a lot of changes, and there are more changes coming. With this, the fire risk reduction community list is just similar to a Firewise community. It says we've gone above and beyond the minimum requirements, and because of that, we should be considered for lower insurance premiums for our community. It's not a guarantee, but anything that can help with those things is
Right.
worth exploring.
Thank you. So this sounds like continuing conversations we'll have when we get to the standards of cover and Station 2 and all the other things that factor in. I know there was a real concern from one of our housing areas down on Lower Quintana by the Black Hills area that is an HOA, so hopefully they'll be able to feed off of some of this information then to use for that.
Absolutely. I've been
very
in touch with that community,
For that
and
community.
my understanding is they were built to the WUI code because of their proximity to it when that was created, but the new designation could potentially pose problems for anybody. So I've been working with them, and they've been in contact with the state fire marshal as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yes, we've heard from that neighborhood extensively. So this is a public hearing item. If there's no further questions from council right now, I will open public comment. I have one speaker slip to start with. Tina Metzger. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tina Metzger. I just have a really quick question. Can the hazard fuel removal at Cerrito Peak be more defined in detail?
We'll answer that later. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Barry Brannon. Last year, we had a big cleanup on Quintana, and the fire chief was able to get a Fire Safe Council grant and bring in a crew to clean up Quintana. Right now, Quintana ditch, we all talk about, is just about ready to explode. And 4th of July coming, I can't imagine what it would do to the businesses along Quintana if that ditch took off. We had some people living there that pretty well had the brush beat down. They're not living there any longer, and the brush is getting big. And the question is there any way we can, before the person that owns that property does not live in the city, and he's been very cooperative in the past, but I'm afraid if we wait till the June 15th cutoff date and then start action, it will be much too late. So I wonder if we can ask that question. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, I'd like to follow up on Ms. Metzger's comment about Cerrito Peak, because it is an ESHA, because it's not in the moderate, high, or very high zone. I'm concerned about why we would be touching that. We do have deer living up there right now. It's also home to 2 different pairs of red-tailed hawks, and on occasion we will have great horned owls as well as the little skunks and raccoons and little things like that. So I appreciate any more detail you could give us about that, because it's very, it's built for the animals. It's for us to protect their habitat and not to disrupt that. It's not necessarily built for humans. Then my other concern is not a concern but a request, and I don't know if this is the proper time, but I would think that the city, in light of the mandatoriness of the state telling us what to do and please sign this, but you have to sign this type of situation with and here's our law and you have to adopt our law. If maybe we could have a side letter to accompany that back to the state fire marshal and say that, we're trying to work around what you've done and you need to understand that you've made some statements that are going maybe a little too far, and it sounds like you're trying to work a little bit with him and maybe he'll come down, but I don't know if that's of your concern, but it's certainly the people who have to live against state parks or on the beach where we know there's no fires. It's a little outrageous, so maybe some kind of side letter. Thank you.
I just want to follow up. I don't know if I said this before, but I was at the Board of Supervisors meeting when they decided to write such a letter as the county as a whole to the state level that there had been, some errors in maps and maybe we should be able to amend things. And this is kind of a side note and it's a fire note. Like, I'm curious with the housing that we just said with the project on 41. Does it have anything that says we can't get in and out if there's a lot of construction going, and are we going to lose their funding, and what does the fire department say, and all that? But anyway, a letter would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. If there's no further public comment, I will close the public hearing item and bring it back to council. Chief McCrane, the question on the Quintana brush load, fuel load.
So at this point, Mayor, we do not have a project scheduled for cleanup in there. That was a one-time opportunity that we received through the Fire Safe Council to address the heavy fuel load. Now it does fall on the property owners to mitigate their property the same as every other parcel in the city. And they do have until June 15th to clear that out, and then we will be inspecting and they will receive notices to mitigate. As far as the Cerrito Peak project, if I may, so in years past, back when the fire department used to have 20 reserve firefighters, they would go in and clean up the ground litter from the eucalyptus trees that would drop branches and debris in there. And since we no longer have that staffing to do that, we did find an opportunity for the Fire Safe Council to bring in a crew and clean up the ground litter, the eucalyptus debris, and take down any hazardous branches that might pose a threat to people that are walking and hiking along Cerrito Peak. The intent is not to clear out any of the nesting. We do work with environmentalists and a biologist to make sure that we are being sensitive to that habitat. That's why we have such a small window of opportunity to work there in between monarch nesting season and bird nesting season. It only gives us 2 to 3 weeks to work in there. So we're trying to be very cautious, just remove the ground litter and the ladder fuels that create a fire risk to the houses that perimeter Cerrito Peak. And we do have an opportunity for Fire Safe Council to perform that work.
Thank you for that information, Chief. Appreciate that. Yes, Councilmember Lee.
Just a quick question or quick comment. I actually was involved in the purchase of Cerritos Peak, and I was asked by a lot of the residents that basically live there to mitigate this particular property, and I introduced Chief McCrane to them. They met, or they were going to do it themselves. So I felt that it was probably a better idea if the city did it as opposed to them doing it as a renegade. So just to give you a little bit of background on that.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Landrum? Any more questions, comments? 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 No questions, no comments. Thank you for the report, Chief McCrane. It's, I think, unfortunate for us as homeowners and for our municipality, and I've heard this echoed as I received this presentation at one of the mayor's meetings a few months ago, and we're all dealing with this unfortunate situation. The state is mandating and passing down, kind of strong-arming everybody. The letter that was mentioned from the Board of Supervisors, are you aware of that? Or are other cities following up with letters attached to the state?
I'm aware that the County Board of Supervisors was releasing a letter. It's a discussion item at the upcoming County Fire Chiefs Association. At this point, this was a little bit unique as this bill doesn't have a public comment period. It doesn't allow an opportunity to present items to be changed. In years past, there was an opportunity for fire chiefs of municipalities to write letters in and request changes to designation. You could present evidence why or why not. The way this is written at this time, there is no opportunity for that. There is no path to change designations. But that's something that many municipalities across the state are feeling the effects of this change, and some are writing letters, some are not. So that's something we can definitely have further discussion about. I'm going to discuss it with my peers at the upcoming fire chiefs meeting as well.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'd be interested in a follow-up and an opportunity. I think that the more they hear some pushback maybe from the cities and counties in the state and the hardships that this is putting on might soften somewhere along the way their heavy-handed approach. So with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that the Morro Bay City Council introduce the first reading by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 671, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, repealing and replacing Chapter 14.08.080 of Title 14, Buildings and Construction of the Morro Bay Municipal Code relating to fire hazard severity zones, with adoption of the California State Fire Marshal Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map for the City of Morro Bay as required by Senate Bill 63 and Government Code 51178.5.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and I'm going to ask a clarifying question from the city attorney. If we're wanting to send the letter, is that going to be a separate request, or can that be included in?
That can be included in the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask my motion maker if you would consider including a letter to be sent to the state from the city. To be
Yep, I
directed by
accept
the
that
chief.
amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that
Thank you.
amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with an amendment to it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief McCrane. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we start on our business item. Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting. Thank you. Please take your conversations outside. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to our business items. Reconsideration of a vote on the roundabout environmental work, not the EIR, the EIS. And I have speaker slips. The presentation's about 15 minutes long, and the speaker slip stack I have is going to be about 45 minutes long at 2 minutes each. So if we're going to be able to get to the item this evening, please try and keep your comments as succinct as possible so we can get to the business. Also, Public Works Director Qualick this evening at the end of the night is going to share some updates for the next few months of meetings as the Vets Hall will be under some construction changes. So with that, I will turn it over to our Public Works Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the community. Greg Qualick, Public Works Director, and also Cindy Cecil, our City Engineer. We are here before you today to talk about the reconsideration of the roundabout project as well as next steps. In consideration of us having heard some information about this project a couple times already this year, I'm going to move quickly, but please stop me if you'd like any more detail. And Cindy is also here for questions, as is Rich Murphy from SLOCOG sitting in the front row, and Joe Irwin from Caltrans also sitting in the front row. So moving right ahead, I'm trying out a new background tonight. So status and community input, where are we at with this project? On April 22nd, staff received City Council direction to discontinue the environmental phase of the roundabout project. And then on May 13th, the City Council decided to reconsider their vote on this day, May 27th. And just to call out that tonight's strategy here is let's just focus on what the council wants to do with the project, and we can figure out exactly what the motion is later. I know this is a sort of layered motion. It's a bit unusual with the reconsideration factor. So the city has received a lot of community input over the past few weeks about this roundabout project, and Cindy and I sat down earlier and just put that feedback into 4 buckets. The size of the roundabout, the pedestrian safety concerns surrounding the roundabout, the level of service questions on the roundabout and project funding, and we hope just by summarizing these and addressing them, it'll give the City Council some good information on how to move forward. So first of all, the funding, and just as we're proposing in this staff report here, the city has around $60,000 of work remaining for the environmental phase. Should the city wish to continue doing it on its own or request SLOCOG to do it. But beyond the environmental, our funding partner SLOCOG has committed $8.3 million to the project, and then Caltrans has stated that they will take on the roundabout project for the design and construction phases. They have a CAPM project of around $31 million and also a SHOP grant. And so they believe that they can handle the remaining costs of design and construction beyond what SLOCOG's participation is. So that is the funding question. I know there's some questions about is the money really there? We have SLOCOG and Caltrans here to answer those questions should the City Council wish to receive those answers. What is the level of service issue? And this is from data from 2 years ago. So you see opening year, that was a very optimistic opening year of the roundabout in 2025. That has not materialized. It's now scheduled for years 28 and 29. But at that time, we compared the no-build alternative, the double signal alternative, and the roundabout alternative. And based on current at that time data, again, this is 2 years ago, we saw that there was a level of service in the morning on the northbound ramp of the no-build, which is the current intersection as it is, of an F, and a PM rating of a B. These ratings are further defined in the staff report. And I apologize, there was a formatting error with those descriptions. Thank you, Councilmember Landrum, for pointing that out. So we did add an addendum to the staff report to have all of those definitions there. And then the no-build portion, the stop sign, that's at Main and at 41, got a D and a D during AM and PM, and this is peak hours. When we looked at the double signal alternative, that's 2 traffic lights for the 2 intersections there, the on-ramp, off-ramp intersection, as well as Main Street 41. That got an E and an E rating, and you can see the seconds of delay there. So that actually fared worse than the current configuration. And then the roundabout alternative significantly improved from a level of service standpoint, how that intersection operates from the modeling. And then there is a projection of like a 20-year out projection to see how it would perform with certain assumptions about build out of the community, and all of them get a bit worse. But as you can see, it's pretty clear based on the analysis that was done 2 years ago that the roundabout is the superior alternative, and for that reason, it is Caltrans' preferred alternative, resulting from the intersection control evaluation there. We've got questions about the size. This is just a general overview of the 30% conceptual design. It is, I've heard a lot of statements that the area is not big enough to accommodate a roundabout. And if I could just peek over Cindy's shoulder here. So this roundabout is, right now during the conceptual phase, is 96 feet across, that second circle. And the current roundabout is only 80 feet. And then we have another example here just that we're looking at. We have a 95-foot one in Orchid. So it's pretty much in line with roundabouts in the area in terms of size. It's bigger than our existing roundabout. And some of this sizing questions may be fine-tuned in later in the later design phase. But Caltrans is here to answer any of those questions. I think the one thing that we'd like to point out is, if you notice on this image, you have the proposed conceptual design superimposed on satellite view of what's there now. And the key factor as to why this project creates more room for the roundabout is because the off-ramp and the on-ramp are moved. They're moved closer to the highway, and they're also moved, especially in the on-ramp, farther away from the intersection. So that expands everything out, it flattens it out a little bit, and it creates more space. Also, if you notice, the widths of those pathways, like if you take a look at that off-ramp, is narrower than what's there currently. And so you're also gaining space because of that, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Pedestrian safety, from staff's analysis, and city engineer Cindy Cecil put these together. She did a great job. I'd like to draw your attention to the red numbers. That is how many feet a pedestrian must walk to cross a crossing. So if you look at the one that says 62 in the upper left in red, to get from that sort of median west towards the high school, if you're on the south side, which is the left side of this image, you would have to cross 62 feet of traffic. If you're looking at the upper right, which is the on-ramp side, you would have to cross 56 feet of traffic in one shot. Lower right, 62 feet. Bottom, you have a 66-foot crossing, and then a 58-foot crossing kind of near the gas station and the Taco Bell. And we point this out to say, this is how roundabouts, or one of the ways that the roundabout here has a built-in pedestrian safety benefit. So those crossings are long, and when a pedestrian crosses on foot, they have to look in several directions to determine where are cars coming that might be a threat to me being able to cross this road. Am I good to walk or not? So for example, the lower left is where the current gas station is. If you're crossing to go north, which on this map is right, you've got to look left kind of behind you to see if someone's turning right. You've got to look across the street to see if someone's coming left. You have to look right to see if anyone's going to be making a left from from the 41 westbound. You have to look towards the on-ramp and off-ramp, see what's going on there. You also have to look to see if any vehicles are coming east from the 41. So I'm not going to count up all of those conflict points, but if you notice now the superimposed image, first of all, you'll see that no matter where a pedestrian is crossing in this intersection, the pedestrian only has to look one way. So if we are at that same, well, that's a bad example because it's cut off there, but if you're at the gas station on the lower left and you're going to go west, which is going up in this image, you have two crossings to get to that median. One is 15 feet, then you have a pedestrian refuge. Then the next one is 16 feet. You have a pedestrian refuge. The next one is 27.5 feet. You have a pedestrian refuge, and you get there. So that is a significant reduction in how many feet you have to go out onto pavement to cross the road. And again, the times that you do, you're only looking in one direction. So those are just the built-in safety benefits of a roundabout. And that, you know, is our stance on this question of pedestrian safety. That's certainly not the only considerations regarding pedestrian safety. There are others, and members of the community have brought up very good ones in all of our public outreach. I'm sure we'll hear some tonight. And those could be part of the design phase should Caltrans take this on. Well, I kind of broke this down by section. I already went through this, but why don't we maybe just look at one of them as an example. So here, again, there's a 62-foot crossing, whereas with the roundabout, you would have a 20-foot crossing only looking in one direction, and then you have what looks to me to be about a 8 to 12-foot pedestrian refuge, and now you look one more time just in one direction, and you've done in 41 feet what right now takes you 62 feet, and you've gotten a pedestrian refuge in the middle there. So we are here to reconsider really whether the city takes on the environmental phase. And as a reminder, the current status of the project, we are at 30% conceptual design, and we've stopped at council direction. If continued, we have some remaining tasks to complete the environmental phase. First, Caltrans must complete the review of the environmental reports. We have 11 environmental reports that are in second review with Caltrans. The city's consultant already completed the reports. They may have additional comments from Caltrans that they have to respond to. So that has to be done. At that point, Caltrans will release to the public the environmental reports with a 30-day comment period. This is just kind of a standard environmental process. And then the environmental reports would have to be finalized by the city or SLOCOG if SLOCOG were to pick this up. And that would involve a community meeting or a board meeting such as this. So I'd like to just go through the two scenarios where an environmental for this project could be completed. One is where the city takes it back on. If the city were to take it back on, then Caltrans, again, would complete the review, reports go public, and Caltrans makes the environmental determination after some public review and comments. I put these in red because I want to highlight that these steps are exactly the same as if SLOCOG were to take this on. So, and then the final action here is City Council would review the environmental determination for concurrence in February of next calendar year. So this is if the city were to take this back on. If SLOCOG were to take on the environmental phase, the city, again, we could choose to withdraw from the environmental phase. They would take it over. Same steps. Caltrans would complete the review. The reports go public. Caltrans makes an environmental determination. The only difference is that the SLOCOG board, I should say board, I apologize, would review the determination for concurrence, and that would also be scheduled for February. And then in both of those scenarios, whether it's the city or it's SLOCOG, what happens after the environmental is completed and finalized? Well, Caltrans takes on the design after the environmental, and then Caltrans would have to bring back a coastal development permit to the City Planning Commission for approval. That would be at 60% design, and they're required to do that by statute. And so that would come back to the city regardless if the city does environmental or the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments does environmental. At that point, once it goes through Planning Commission, regardless of their decision, anyone may appeal the project to the City Council, and then the City Council has approval and denial authority. That said, someone can appeal that decision, regardless of its approval or denial, to the Coastal Commission. Caltrans is here tonight, and they have said that they would not appeal a denial by the City Council. That doesn't mean someone else couldn't, but Caltrans would not appeal that kind of denial from the City Council, and then it would go to the Coastal Commission. And Erilyn Singlewald is here if there's questions about the environmental and process as well as the Coastal Commission process. But one of the things I learned is that if it were to be appealed to Coastal, the Coastal Commission would have to connect the appeal to a coastal resource issue for them to hear it. So it is possible that if it were appealed to Coastal Commission, regardless of the decision, then the Coastal Commission may say this actually is not really a coastal issue. So just wanted to point that out, and if we want details on that, Erilyn Singlewald is here to discuss. And just some staff analysis to close out. The project right now has unknowns at this phase. What comes to mind for me is specific pedestrian safety enhancements like raised crosswalks or flashing beacons, signage. And I say this because in my own observation, our community is very engaged on this issue. I've been involved in a lot of public outreach, and we're hearing a lot of the same concerns, and there's an expectation from the community, understandably, that the city addresses those concerns right now. The challenge is that we're not in the design phase. We are in the environmental phase, and we are not actively working on these, not because we don't care about pedestrian safety, but because that comes in the next phase of the project, which is the design phase. And so it's, my observation that completion of the environmental phase is not going to necessarily produce answers to the community questions about pedestrian safety, because that comes in the next phase. So when this comes back to council, if the council were to pick this project back up and have staff complete the environmental, there would not be any new information in February about the burning questions that the community has. And so based on that, and given that City Council has the option to let SLOCOG finalize the environmental phase, SLOCOG has signaled interest in this in several different ways. I personally, along with the city manager, had a conversation with Director Murphy as well as Pete Rogers, the executive director of SLOCOG, and they stated a willingness to take on the project. Granted, that would have to be a decision by the SLOCOG board. They are interested in picking this up, and because it would still require a coastal development permit, no matter who did it, which would come back to the city, where the city would have some authority over it at 60% design. And because at 60% design, I'm confident that we'll have more answers to what sorts of safety enhancements would be implemented as part of the project. At that time, we won't have that in February, but we would have that at 60% design. The recommendation from staff is to reaffirm the April 22nd, 2025 decision to discontinue work on the environmental, and to adopt Resolution 3025 to request the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments to complete the roundabout project environmental documents, and to transfer development impact fee funding to SLOCOG for finalization of the roundabout project environmental phase at a not-to-exceed amount of $60,000, and authorize the city manager to develop and execute an agreement to effectuate such transfer. That's required because of the special nature of impact fee funding. And that $60,000 is simply my estimate, along with staff, that's what it would take to complete the environmental. Should the council not wish to do this, there are some other alternative options, and these are stated in the staff report. The first is to rescind, for the city council to rescind its April 22nd, 2025 decision to discontinue city staff work on the roundabout project environmental phase, and simply direct staff to complete the roundabout project environmental phase. That would not require a council resolution. We would just get back to work. We'd reengage with our consultant, GHD. Alternative option 2 would be to reaffirm the City Council's April 22nd, 2025 decision to discontinue city staff work on the roundabout project environmental phase and request SLOCOG not complete and finalize the roundabout project environmental phase. Or finally, the City Council could provide other direction to staff. And with that, we will take questions.
Thank you. Questions to my left? Mayor Pro Tem, questions? Councilmember Lefebvre?
Just really one question, and maybe you can answer it, maybe you can't. I mean, you're recommending to transfer the EIS, I guess, over to SLOCOG. If it's already complete, and if we so decide to, to do this, why doesn't the city just finish it? I mean, I don't quite understand.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lefebvre, and that's a decision that's up to the City Council. Our analysis is that the City Council is being put in a position right now to decide on whether the roundabout is a good project, but not all the information is here yet, because a lot of the burning questions that would help the council determine that will come in a later design phase. And so with that, does it make sense for the City Council to continue staff working on the environmental document? I mean, that's, of course, up to the City Council. City staff does not necessarily see a value in that, because the project, at the end of the day, winds up back with the city during the coastal development permit.
Councilmember Landrum, questions?
I had some questions that I didn't get answered, so I was directed towards Caltrans. So I guess I'll just read them off. Let's see. What percentage of the day or year is the level of service a D or an E during like peak periods?
First, my name is Joe Irwin. I'm both a resident of the city here in Morro Bay, but I'm here representing Caltrans. I'm the office chief for project management in District 5, based out of San Luis Obispo. So the question is, what percentage of the day is the level of service that we determined during the analysis, or not we, but the consultant for the city determined for their analysis. And the way traffic operations is looked at is they will look at 15-minute increments up to about 2 hours during what they call the peak. And so the AM peak would be roughly an hour to 2 hour period in the morning, which would represent the highest volumes in the morning, and then there would be a PM peak that would represent the highest volumes in the afternoon. Those generally, on a typical highway, in a typical condition, represent the morning and evening commutes. But in certain situations, like near farm fields, the AM peak would be much, much earlier, or next to a high school, like this one, the AM peak would coincide with the start of school.
So it's just a general, when you say peak hours, it's just, it applies to any intersection. It's just, it doesn't really apply to this particular one and the use at this one, the peak use at this one. It's just a general.
No, it's specific to this location.
To this one, okay.
The time
So
of day.
it's 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening that people have to wait for up to 90 seconds, is that right?
It can be up to 2 hours, and so we look at it in 15-minute increments, and then we take the peak throughout those 15-minute increments, add them up to about an hour, up to 2 hours, depending on how that peak looks over those 15-minute increments. Because you can have a longer peak that stretches over an hour to two. You can have a shorter duration peak, which gets up and down within an hour.
Right, but school just starts at one time, so it seems like it's, well, I'm just trying to get to understand what you're saying is.
That's fair.
Yeah.
15-minute increments. We look at them, we count the volumes or we project the volumes, and then we roll that up to an hour. And so in the case of Morro Bay High School, where you have 0 period and then first period right after that, you can have up to a 1 hour peak that has people showing up early, maybe for sports practice, and then lasting that entire hour.
Okay. And let's see. Is this for you? Yes. Does the level of service estimate for the roundabout account for pedestrian traffic? And since they have the right-of-way wait times?
Yes, the modeling software we use has the ability to bring in pedestrians and show what kind of impact heavy use of pedestrians would have on the level of service at a roundabout.
Okay. And also the level of service is really just about the vehicles, though.
To that point, level of service is not the end-all be-all for how we look at the impacts of a project during the environmental phase. We are moving towards a VMT, or vehicle miles traveled impact, as a state, but we do look at the operational and delay of vehicles, and we have done so far. And that's what you were seeing in those level of service charts, was what is the delay with each of those alternatives.
Right. Okay. And is this for you? I don't think this is for you. What is the data used to state that the congested conditions, especially during peak commute hours, are projected to worsen over time?
We use, not we, I have to say, the city's consultant uses the SLOCOG model, but then they will supplement that with additional data based off of projects that are being developed in the area. So for instance, the hotel project had to do a traffic impact analysis. And so that data is combined with the SLOCOG model to forecast what the potential traffic would be at that intersection. The Sonic drive-through that was going to be built had an impact analysis. That information was added to the model, and so you get a combination of the different developments that are proposed, and then that forecasts what the traffic would be 25 years, 40 years, or whatever out is the build-out year for the project.
Okay. And it doesn't have anything to do with increase of population? Like the school isn't anticipated to have a higher population?
The model did make some assumptions about increases in population over time.
It did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because we know that the school district is selling a school, so I don't know, it seems like they're not on board with that. Let's see, what is the data used to congest? Did I get all of yours? Not sure. I think I got all of theirs. And then I just had that other question that I didn't get an answer to, which was, in the case of a roundabout, in a case that a roundabout at this intersection is built and it shortly fails to a similar level of service grading, what is the process to remedy that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lander. I believe I did reply. I mean, it really would just depend on what the issue was. So that's maybe if you could provide some more parameters.
Well, like if it continues to be the same level of service, how do we resolve, because we're dealing with a lot of things happening at that intersection, a lot of, it really was a lot to design there in the first place. And if this isn't able to address the issues, what are our options at that point?
So should the city work with either SLOCOG or Caltrans to design and build a roundabout project that takes into account future population increases based on scientific modeling, and should that project still not accommodate future increases, or let's say, the population here tripled in 10 years, that kind of thing, then I assume we'd be looking at additional enhancements at that intersection.
Okay, so thank you.
Councilmember Eccles, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a bit of a follow-up to Councilmember Landrum's question about TDMs, travel demand models, and the LOS level of service. And it gets into the weeds a little bit, so I contacted staff earlier to familiarize them with this. So the level of service data is based, in reading the prior contract with GHD, is based upon SLOCOG's modeling, but then there was a change made to the number, and I'll just read it to you. Per evaluation of SLOCOG's TDM, which is travel demand model, there's an average annual growth rate of 0.11% from 2015 to 2045. But here's where GHD decided to significantly increase that number. We recommend a conservative approach, meaning they're going to estimate a lot more traffic, using an ambient annual growth rate of 0.5% per year with the traffic added in from the approved projects in the area. So I'm a numbers guy. I love numbers. So when we're talking about going from 0.1% to 0.5%, that's a factor of 5. So the model is taking SLOCOG's travel demand model and then increasing it by a factor of 5. That's a significant increase, and that's why I wanted to have staff or SLOCOG or Caltrans be able to respond to that. And as a follow-up with that, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity if we move forward with this study tonight, that that there can be sort of a duality there, a look at what that very conservative estimate is by taking that 5x, that 5 times the SLOCOG's number, and then just using the SLOCOG number itself. Because my estimation is that that is going to change the long-range grading. I don't know how significantly, because I don't have the data in front of me, but I think it would change some of that look forward.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Eccles. And you're right, it probably would change it. And it may be useful to the City Council to have both of those projections. I would say that we're pretty, we're trained to utilize conservative projections. And I would note that you're correct. It's almost a factor of 5 that our assumptions increased in terms of future growth. But there were some reasons for that. As you noted, the SLOCOG projection was from 2015. When we were looking at it, it was 8 years later, and a lot had happened in that 8 years. I mean, we had an active hotel project at the Hampton Inn on Atascadero Road. We had the Haslow low-income housing project there, and there were some other proposed projects at that time. There still are projects going on there, and so we had to take that into account and add that into the model. So that's part of it as well. And so it was based on new data that we had received within that 8 years.
Thanks. And I suppose what I would push for is, if we move forward with this tonight, would be to have both of those numbers. And if that costs us a little bit more in terms of the report, I, for one, would be, well, I'm discussing it. I'll keep on the question part at this point. So that's, well, let me ask you this in the form of a question. Would there be the possibility then to look at both sets of numbers?
Yes, there would. I do want to be clear. Wouldn't be part of the environmental phase, because that ship has sailed in terms of developing those kinds of estimates for the environmental phase. However, we could do a sort of parallel model so that the City Council could have that information if the City Council wished. And that may provide additional information to support any decision that the Council wants to make. So yes, short answer.
Okay, thank you.
And the City Engineer, Cindy Cecil, would like to add something there.
And the conservative approach is to make sure that in the long run, if the worst happens, it still functions well. And that's why those conservative numbers are used. It clearly, if we use the lesser number, it's still going to function. And that's the point of that, using that number. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Eccles. I'm going to actually piggyback on that, and I appreciate the answers, thank you, but when we get to the comments, being the Vice President of SLOCOG, part of the conversation we have is about the actual numbers being even more greatly reduced rather than added, because the projections are not looking good for growth. Director Singwald, can I ask the one question, sorry to catch you over there, about the Coastal Commission appeal process? I think that's something that we all want to truly understand a little bit. If it's appealed, denied, or approved at Planning Commission, denied or appealed at Council, what does that look like with the Coastal Commission?
Sure. So typically, for a typical project, it's only a city approval could be appealed to the Coastal Commission. But there is a provision in the Coastal Act that states any project that meets the definition of a major public works project would be appealable whether it's approved or denied by the local agency. As Director Qualick explained, if the project goes forward and Caltrans applies to the city for the coastal development permit, it would go to Planning Commission, like every other regular coastal development permit. The Planning Commission's decision would be appealable to City Council, and as the staff report stated, there's a very high likelihood that either decision, approval or denial, will be appealed to City Council. And City Council's decision, again, approval or denial of the CDP, would be appealable to the Coastal Commission because it would most likely qualify as a major public works project, making it appealable whether it's approved or denied by the council. And also, as Director Qualick explained, the first part of the Coastal Commission appeal process is what's called a substantial issue hearing. Of course, the Coastal Commission's standard of review is the Coastal Act, so they only have authority to take on an appeal if it's based on a significant coastal resource issue. So the substantial issue determination is to determine, is there a legitimate coastal resource concern that's being raised by the appeal? And if they decide yes, then they go forward with a regular, what they call de novo appeal hearing on the CDP. If there is not a substantial coastal resource issue, then they're not able to assert that appeal jurisdiction.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Follow-up question?
Yeah, one more question for staff, please. This has been a protracted process over the last 30 years, and consistently pedestrian safety has risen to the top of concerns. And there's a list of items that have been identified. My question, Director Qualick, is, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but I want to ask it because I'm going to make a point with it later in our deliberations. Why, in your estimation, have none of these pedestrian safety enhancements been done for the last 30 years at that intersection?
Thank you for the question. So I would say that, and I want to make sure I'm answering your question. I heard in there that we've been talking about it for a long time. Arguably, we have worked some of these things into the roundabout conceptual design. Some of the crossings have been pulled back away from the roundabout to allow for queuing of cars, which makes pedestrian crossing easier. We have the refuge islands. So that has been part of this. Again, this is not solely a pedestrian safety project. I want to be clear about that. But as to why we haven't seen pedestrian safety enhancements there, I don't know that the pedestrian data is really there that would have motivated prior staff to aggressively search for some sort of enhancement. I would say, and I've spoken with Caltrans about this, is any kind of enhancement that the city would want to see at that intersection, because it's on Caltrans right-of-way, we'd have to go through a Caltrans encroachment permit process. And then that process would evaluate whether the enhancement would create any kind of impact on the intersection. And if they thought it might, the city would have to study that. So we'd have to hire a consultant, right? And even if it's like changing a two white line crosswalk to a ladder crosswalk, that could require study. And then it becomes a project now where, and it may not sound like a real thing, but that could become a 2-year thing. You know, should we put pedestrian push buttons with flashing beacons over top? That could be a 2-year project. That's not something that, you know, we could just casually do with a paving project. In my view, and I'm speculating here because I've been here 4 long years, but not quite 30. I would say that the prior staff, prior councils, prior public works advisory boards were counting on this project to save the day in that regard.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll say when you got here 4 years ago, you didn't have any gray hairs, but they're starting. Perhaps Mr. Irwin could respond to that question as well. Just my question is this, well, do you need any expounding on my question? You heard the question. So.
No, council member, I believe I understand.
Thank you.
So addressing the question through the mayor to the council member. Greg is correct, Director Kolek is correct, that we're a data-driven organization for how we tackle traffic safety issues. And our district stretches from Santa Cruz and San Benito County all the way through the southern part of Santa Barbara County. And so every single intersection has to be compared with every other intersection, and we compare them to the statewide average for how they are operating. And so if it is not rising to a certain safety issue, then it doesn't qualify for the limited safety dollars that the state of California has. And so anytime we do a project and call it a safety project, like a pedestrian crosswalk enhancement or changing how the crosswalks operate with a flashing beacon or an overhead kind of stop control that comes into place when a pedestrian comes in, that would have to be analyzed and then compete based off of the benefit it's providing and the issue it's addressing compared to all the other intersections in the state.
So thank you for that, Mr. Irwin. Do you think it is fair to say then that from a Caltrans perspective, those pedestrian safety enhancements have been put off for a preferred alternative such as a roundabout?
I don't think that it's safe or fair to say that we have put off needed safety improvements, but that we analyze the safety of the intersection comparatively with all the other intersections in the state, like I said. And if it's operating at an average or below average, then we aren't going to be taking action at there and calling it a safety project.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thanks for that.
I have one more question, and I don't know who can answer this. Maybe it's you. I'm wondering, I've heard that there's data to support, and Morro Bay, I've been told, is dripping in gold because we have the substation that we have where it is, and that there's such opportunity for energy projects. We recently were approached with a battery project, and a similar project is in Monterey County, and that was, had a fire recently, and the people in that region were evacuated. How do roundabouts handle like a mass evacuation compared to what, like a stop sign or the other options?
All right, so I wasn't prepared to talk about BESS or anything like that, and I'm not going to address BESS as a Caltrans representative.
No, it could
but
be anything. It could be
operationally, a roundabout will pass the traffic through just as efficiently as the signal once it's on green. In this kind of situation, I'm pretty sure that the police would be involved in an evacuation and doing traffic control to move traffic out of the area, or CHP would become involved to move people through in an evacuation kind of scenario, that we would not we would not have necessarily a free-for-all.
Mr. Irwin, can I interrupt really quickly? I asked the police chief this before I asked you, and that's why I'm asking you, because she said they wouldn't do traffic control.
Then the best operation is going to be a roundabout in that kind of scenario, because in a stop sign, everybody's going to be coming to a stop, and the operations, how vehicles move through, is going to be much, much slower. That's why you saw the level of service so much lower on the existing condition versus what a roundabout would be. And then in a signal scenario, if nobody is doing traffic control, then it's going to be waiting through green cycles and red cycles periodically and going through that. So you would have significant delay as people have to stop at the red at the signal in that kind of scenario. So then people are going to start taking Hill Street to Sunset, or they're going to be going up Mimosa and coming down Ironwood to get onto 41 if they're going that way, or we're going to be going, I say this because I'm on the north side, we'd be going down to San Jacinto and using that intersection to go north. But yeah, people would be finding their way. But at that specific location, the roundabout would pass cars through in that scenario when you're looking at those three without any kind of special traffic control. So it would operate better at that location. And we have this has been used at other locations along freeways. In 101, in Montecito and Santa Barbara, we have roundabouts at the interchanges that have made it through the permitting review process. Their fire departments and police and sheriff have looked at them, and they use them, and they have not had the concerns of evacuation. Only during construction, when everything's ripped up, do we have to figure out a way to accommodate evacuation, but we can do that through stage construction and only building portions of the intersection at a time, that way letting traffic through.
Okay, thank you. I did want to clarify that I didn't ask about the difference between a roundabout and a signal. I asked about a roundabout and a stop sign. So that's different.
Yeah, the stop sign would operate much, much worse than the roundabout would.
In an evacuation?
Yes.
Because the study I read shows that it takes longer, like you just said, to go through it. So when you're evacuating, it would slow down the evacuation process.
The stop sign would, yes.
No, the roundabout would. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. I'm going to open public comment on this item. I have several speaker slips, but if you'll indulge me, I'm going to let the students that are here from their government class go first, because they're going to take 1 minute each, and I think they need to do study for finals. So I'm going to, those of you that I know are students, if I miss somebody, line up behind the others. Wyatt Bath, so you have 1 minute, followed by Antonella, Shay Dawson, Eli Waldman, and Hayden Harpster. Go.
Hello. My name is Wyatt Bath. I'm a fourth-year student at Morro Bay High School. I was born and raised in Morro Bay. From my experience, I would say that the roundabout would be a public danger. This is a hot spot for people to walk in North Morro Bay and has food and gas amenities for people to use. Adding a roundabout would put a restriction to people walking, and when the flood of students come to lunch, this would cause harm to students who may be looking down at their phones and not paying attention, as so many teenagers do, trust me. Not only that, but you have many new and inexperienced drivers, students, and visitors who may not be prepared for the stressful occasion of a roundabout. Overall, please consider putting in a roundabout. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Antonella Salami.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Oh, sorry, I'm short. Hello, my name is Antonella Salami. I'm a student at Morro Bay High School. I do believe the roundabout would be beneficial and would be a positive thing in our community, especially to those who, like me, use the route every single day. Roundabouts have been proven to be safer than traffic lights and four-way stops together. As a former cross-country runner, I can speak to the fear of not just driving through the intersection, but also almost getting hit while running through the pedestrian walk on the four-way stop. And I do believe that many community members and high school students alike would benefit from the increased safety of this change. I also do think that teenagers would be able to adjust to this change and are not too stupid to have a roundabout. Many of our students this year in the graduating class are going to very prestigious schools. And so, thank you.
Okay, how's it going? My name's Shay Dawson. I'm a senior at Morro Bay High School. I've been there for all 4 years, and I believe it is a very good idea to have the roundabout. I just want to point out some studies, one from the IIHSsafety.org that states that roundabouts are safer than both four-way stops and stop signs. And then there's also the FHWA also states that roundabouts reduce crashes by 35% and injury crashes by 75%. Just from personal experiences, I've almost had accidents. Actually, I almost got into one this morning while driving to school, so that's kind of ironic. And then to any of you guys, I would encourage you to just go drive through it around 8:20, 8:25, or 3:30, 3:35. See how you like it and if it's safe, and then just walk, do a little loop around it and see if that's fun for you guys. It's not, so thank you.
Please just wave your signs or wave your hands. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eli Waldman. The roundabout at the school is honestly terrifying. I think a lot of it goes, a lot of discussion has been around the ability of new drivers. And as someone who learned to drive in the roundabout, I think that the hardest thing about the roundabout is that there really are no rules. It's kind of like advanced driving. You need to know how to interplay with cars coming from many different directions. And I think it would be much easier for a roundabout for new drivers where all you need to know is how to wait your turn, which you learn in preschool. So I think this roundabout is something that is very needed for this community, and I think it will make Morro Bay High School much safer for new drivers and kids who are just learning how to operate their vehicles in a very, very, very terrifying intersection. So thank you.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name's Hayden Arpster. I'm 18. I'm a senior at Morro Bay High School. I believe the roundabout is a good project for this town because me personally, I learned to drive through the roundabout because I live up on Mesa Street. It's very close to my house. And from just watching the roundabout and driving through it every single day, I've watched the flow of traffic. It flows way better through a roundabout than it does a four-way stop. And yes, even though we do learn to wait our turn in preschool, some people just don't know how to use it. But in other instances, it has been proven that roundabouts keep the flow of traffic moving and congestion way better. And if every other country can figure it out, I don't know how we can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden. Anyone else from the high school? I don't know the other speaker slips.
That would be me. I'm the last one from the high school. My name is Sophia Steen. I'm a senior, and I'm actually not here for the extra credit. I have an A+ in her class. But I am from the high school, so I figured I'd come up. You've heard everyone else talk about the safety concerns, and that's a big deal. I mean, I've almost gotten hit by a semi-truck walking through that intersection. Even though I was already out in the intersection, the truck driver decided to come through, and I was a foot away from him. But I'm more here to talk about the environmental concerns. Four-way stops and stoplights have immense impacts on the environment. They allow for more fossil fuels to be released into our atmosphere. Kansas State University conducted an experiment to see how roundabouts bring down the amount of emissions. They found that there was a 21 to 42% decrease in carbon monoxide emissions for the morning and afternoon periods after the installation of modern roundabouts, and the decrease was observed to be statistically significant for both periods. Reducing greenhouse emissions should be a large concern, given that we live right by the ocean and that is a big deal in our country. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out. With that, we'll move into the rest of the speaker slips. I have Forrest Dowd, Peggy Mandeville, followed by John Mandeville. Forrest? No Forrest?
Good evening. My name is Peggy Mandeville, and I'm a Morro Bay resident, and I've sent you several letters, I believe, on the issue. You've been given a lot of facts about roundabouts and why a roundabout is the preferred solution at this intersection. You've also heard about a lot of fears and concerns, but they have not been supported by facts. Please make your decision based on facts and not fears. Thank you.
Next up is going to be Mary Norman, followed by Jane Van Cohee.
Good evening, council members. I'm John Mandeville, live in Morro Bay. I sent you all a letter, and I know that you've all received it, and that was on the reasons why the council should approve the roundabout and move forward with it. And those are all fact and evidence-based bits of information that I shared with you. Tonight I want to talk about something different. It's a perspective that I gained on almost a 30-year career as a local government planner. 11 years of that was at as a department head level, and so I've sat through a lot of city council meetings. And one of the things that I came to find was there are different kinds of information that a council is presented with. Community sentiment is always important, but then there are facts, statistics, numbers, bits of hard information, if you will. Now, community sentiment is always important, and it's particularly relevant to a question of, say, something like, should the city move forward with saving a schoolhouse? Okay, that's not something that you're going to find an answer with through statistics and facts and so forth. You want to get in touch with what the community feels about it. Other types of decisions that come before a city council, though, are more heavily reliant on facts and statistics and numbers, and that are infrastructure projects. Infrastructure projects will be with you for a long time, and they are things that can be modeled, and you can know how they're going to work through the statistics and the numbers and the facts. And so I wanted to remind the council that fundamentally what you're here looking at is an infrastructure project. It came to you because there was a problem to be solved, and that problem being traffic backing up at that intersection. Okay, I take that out of my second. So anyway, please apply the right kind of information to your decision tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. It's been a long time since I've been at the podium. I was ambivalent after I've got through half this meeting about which way to go. I think that the students have shown a lot of much better manners about crossing the crosswalks and stuff than they used to. They used to drag it out for a long time, and yes, you had to wait. And now they get in groups and come across, which is nice. But having grown up in my country, before, with roundabouts, I love them. And the rule that you remember is that when you get on that roundabout, you have the right of way. And I was doing that one day on the one up on Morro Bay Boulevard, and this lady came past the car that was stopped, waiting for me, and almost ran into me. So there are troubles, but I think you can all work with it and figure it out. And I think we do need something done about pedestrians. And does the circle have to be that large on the project, the circumference?
We'll answer the questions later. Thank you, Jane.
Is that our question?
Staff doesn't answer questions during public comment.
Oh,
thank you.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's okay. We just ask that you direct it to the council. Thank you, Jane. Next up will be Bill Woodson, followed by Jane Heath.
I'm sorry. Do you have my slip? I thought you'd put me in line there.
I called.
Okay.
I called Mary Norman.
Ms. Mayor and honorable council, staff. My name is Bill Woodson. I'm a resident. I was on the Planning Commission for the Quintana Morro Bay roundabout. I represented the city on SeaTac for a few years before Red Davis. And obviously, I'm in favor of the roundabout. And when we were on the Planning Commission, and we, just like you guys are going through it right now, all the elements of a roundabout, the radius, the materials, the sites, the radiuses of approach, and pedestrians. And it wasn't a big deal up there at Quintana and Morro Bay Boulevard, but we talked about it. And we talked about whether there should be islands and the size of the islands. And we thought about how wide the sidewalk should be and all of that. And I was worried about it. It was counterintuitive to me that a moving vehicle would be safer than a stopped vehicle. And it just I couldn't grasp it until I went through the statistics, and I realized the key is the island between the lanes of traffic. And staff made that clear about, you're only looking in one direction. And so by doing that, you don't have to have multiple decisions made in a very dynamic situation like you have now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Next up is Nicole Dorfman, followed by Jamie Irons. No, Jane. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just calling him up after you. Thank you. Sorry, Jane.
My fault.
Trying
sorry.
to get the roll group going.
I don't want to get in anybody's way. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm Jane Heath. I live and work in North Morro Bay. It is a wise person that questions an opposing party's judgment, but not their motives. Questioning motives polarizes communication. We reach conclusions based on what we believe rather than what is. It gets in the way of being able to reach consensus for things that matter. I'm in favor of building a roundabout at the intersection of Highway 41 and Main Street. That does not mean that I want to turn Morro Bay into Manhattan. I question the judgment, but not the motives of those who suggest that improving basic infrastructure leads to arbitrary development. Like pretty much everyone in this room, I chose Morro Bay because I want to live in a small coastal city. Maintaining character while also addressing infrastructure is a delicate balance. We have government so we can share the burdens and benefits of community. I want Morro Bay to be the best it can be. I care about safety. I also believe in acting on facts, not fear. I also care about fiduciary responsibility and not reversing course when commitments have been made and money already spent. I care about not wasting money or time on proposals that have been rejected over and over and over again. I care about healthy partnerships with state and county agencies and leveraging tax revenue for the benefit of the many. The choice here is plain and the path is clear. If we do not move forward, we are not standing still, but we are moving backwards. Honor the work of multiple councils. Honor the voices of at least 65% of your constituents. Honor the fiscal responsibility to obtain a benefit for everyone who enters Morro Bay without impacting our general fund. Let's use the public comment period after the draft study to make the best and safest project this can be. Thank you. Move forward.
Hi there, I did have a graphic. Looks like Dana's working to get that up. Thank you. Nicole Dorfman, a Morro Bay resident. I've been here about 15 years. As you see on this graphic, I'm actually the parent of 2 teenage boys. And so I understand that sometimes their behavior is distracted, let's say. So if we just look at this, this chart, and they actually observed these students, 39,000 middle and high school students, and 56,000 drivers. This is from 2016. And what they found is, number one, high school students were more distracted while walking than middle school students, and that the students who were distracted were wearing headphones, 44% of them, 31% were walking around texting. This is my children, so I know that this is real. Unsafe street crossing, so they don't always cross the streets where they're supposed to or in the direction that they're supposed to, and they are often doing unsafe drop-off and pickup. So since we already know that this intersection is not a safety concern, the Caltrans representative, I believe, clearly said that this intersection wasn't flagged for safety, it was flagged for capacity. So it's currently a safe intersection. And it's questionable whether the roundabout will be safe, because the students might not be paying attention as much as they should, and the cars are moving. Right now we have a 4-way stop. So the cars must stop, and then the students can go, oh, the cars are stopped, we can walk through. With the roundabout, they're gonna have to judge, oh, wait, there's a break in traffic, let's go now. And maybe somebody's like, oh my gosh, I'm late for class, so I'm gonna run now even though there's only not so much. And that also goes for the student drivers, as one of the young people pointed out. So I think it's a bad combination. Safety is my primary concern. Thank you.
After Jamie Irons, I have Tina Metzger, followed by Courtney Shepler.
Jamie Irons, resident Morro Bay. SLOCOG and Caltrans has been an integral partner for our county for transportation and multimodal projects within the county. And for Morro Bay, the most notable are Bike Pedestrian Bridge, the Harbor Walk out to the Rock, and the Roundabout Boulevard at Quintana and Morro Bay Boulevard. It takes years for projects to move through the planning phase and funding cycles for the project to be constructed, or in some cases, incrementally implemented over years. The 41 Main Street Interconnect has gone through years of planning. We're about 96% complete. The funding cycle is now. I urge the council to move forward as quickly as possible to complete the environmental study, grab onto the partnership with SLOCOG and Caltrans to design and build the roundabout. It's proven to be the safest and most viable solution. Saying no to our time would be regrettable. I have one question, a couple questions. There's a question about why the enhancement haven't been done at Main Street and 41. I guess my other question for council is, why isn't that on our city goals? And the other question I have for staff is the process for which the Morro Bay Boulevard and Kern crosswalk flasher was installed. That seemed to go in pretty quickly. I'd like to have a response from staff on that too, please. Thanks very much.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom and members of the council. My name is Tina Metzger. The roundabout is the wrong project for the Highway 41 Main Street intersection. Think of the roundabout at night. How confusing and dangerous for vehicle, traffic, and pedestrians. The intersection requires a complete stop for drivers to assess the situation. You have tourists, big rigs, impatient drivers, pedestrians playing dodgeball with vehicles in a roundabout. You have cyclists, you have the young and the old. You have so many distractions coming into town from Highway 41. Think of this, the pedestrians will still slow the traffic in a roundabout. So are the engineers thinking that we're going to have less pedestrians in the future pedestrians will still slow the traffic. So won't we have pretty much the same level of service at peak times that we have now? We're still dealing with what causes those level of service. Isn't that true? Please bury once and for all the roundabout and vote for alternative 2. There are simpler ways to improve that intersection and a lot cheaper and safer. Thank you.
Good evening again. Courtney Shepler, resident of North Morro Bay. You're going to hear from a lot of people, and I know you already have in written comment people in favor of the roundabout. I am too. I'm not going to say all the reasons why, because I've said that before. But what I do want to address is the amount of misinformation that is flowing around this. There was a full-page ad taken out in the Estero Bay News by this Cal group, and the amount of misinformation is amazing, including that vehicles have the right-of-way in a roundabout. They leave out the part that vehicles must actually stop for pedestrians at all of these pedestrian crosswalks that are part of the entrance and exit from the roundabout. Chief Watkins, I know I mentioned I'd love for you to speak on that. It's a rhetorical question. When there's a pedestrian crosswalk, vehicles must stop, the end. We talk about numbers. Jeff, you talk about being a numbers person, so am I. When you are a pedestrian and you're having to watch for cars coming from 6 different directions, how is it not better to only have to watch for cars coming from one direction at a time? That's a 6-fold decrease in the number of places that you can get surprised and hit, okay? I mean, those are the numbers. You've heard from hundreds of community members that are pro-roundabout, and in a way, I thank you for the decision that happened back in April, because it really did awaken this sleeping majority in Morro Bay to say, hey, we want to hear our voice, we want our voices to be heard, and we want our council to listen to us. So thank you, in a way, for creating that opportunity for us. I would also like to address one of the high school students who provided a written comment, James Nickel. He said, yeah, we're teenagers, but we learn fastest. And isn't that the truth? They have to. Our species wouldn't survive if that wasn't the case. So teenagers learn the fastest, and they're going to be okay. Let's see. You have your fire chief on record, Chief McCrane, 2 years ago saying that the roundabout was the preferred public safety option for safety response. And you also have the school district on record. That should hold a lot of weight. Thank you.
Jean Marie Colby, followed by Colby Krotzer, followed by Susan Flowing. Sorry if I said that wrong.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Jean Marie Colby. I'm opposed to the roundabout. I appreciated the research that Nicole just presented, because to me, that's the most serious issue. If you took, all other things being equal, you took the high school kids and then the rest of us, and it was what I look at when I see that map with all the yellow on it, what this would look like. The roundabout has a Hunger Games feel to me. Like, you dash across this one street and then you hide in a bush while you wait for the cars to go by, and you dash across the next street. The high school kids are going to win. They're faster, they're more agile, and they can multitask. But once you add that distraction element to it all, and then there's seniors who, distracted or not, we're going to have a hard time with that, walking across that intersection. I'm not the only person in this town that had a joint replacement last year, but I look at that and I'm like, I wouldn't try it. And I can walk pretty fast, but there's just a lot going on there with all the different places you have to cross. And so I feel like there's this sort of survival of the fittest Darwinist thing that happens in roundabouts. And it can happen with the cars too. I drove through quite a few in Boston, and I had the big dented station wagon, and everybody respected me, so I could do whatever I wanted. But I know it won't be that way here, but with the pedestrian situation, I really do worry about all the different kinds of pedestrians, bicycles that we have here, the distraction aspect for everybody, and how to make it safe for them. I just don't feel that it's necessary and that it would increase safety there, and especially that it appears the safety enhancement aspect has been left out of this, like how to make people stop. I don't see how, the whole point of a roundabout is to keep everybody moving. So I think there'd be a lot of dashing through by pedestrians, and I don't think this is a good place for that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Colby Krotzer, was anyway, and I think that you called my name. There's a bit of confusion, so thank you. I'm concerned about our city surviving. We have a large legacy obligation to the retirees from our city, and it's constantly growing all the time. Our industry has reduced to the point where we're pretty much reliant upon tourism. So one of the two major entrances to our city, one has a roundabout and one doesn't. This one that we're talking about tonight has a roundabout proposed, which according to all the statistics and over 30 years since I heard it sitting on the council, is basically the same project. It's the one default that seems to solve most of the problems, certainly not all. But the argument that I've heard in trying to stop the work on the environmental had to do with pedestrian safety, particularly referencing the youth at Morro Bay High School, where I taught as well. It was said somewhat in jest that they're adroit and fast and they adapt quickly and they're quick learners. All that is really true. But that's not why this is safer. You rely on the numbers and the statistics that point out the fact that in this situation, you're in a crosswalk that's not in the roundabout, it's separated from it. And there are several options that you can enter the corridor going from east to west or north to south. And each of them is not in the roundabout, it's segregated from it. So you have that benefit. The clearest one that makes common sense to anybody up there, I'm sure, is that rather than looking in 5, 6 different directions for oncoming traffic, you're looking only at one. When you look at the statistics accumulated by Caltrans and other agencies, your decision to bring this back to the Council for reconsideration is a good one. Whether you do it with SLOCOG staff or our staff, I hate to demean our staff and lose that $60,000 in local benefit, but it seems like that would make more sense to you as the council responsible for the staff as well as for the well-being of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Next up will be Tim Crawley, followed by Chris Robles. No, after you. Trying to keep everybody moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Flewelling. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight. I live in North Morro Bay. I sense a deep fear of change here. It's understandable. But in the end, what we're really talking about tonight is, do you, as the City Council, want to be the major player in this? Do you want to continue to participate with Caltrans and SLOCOG and be a guiding force in that, or you want to give it up? And I say, no, don't give it up. We've spent all this time and money, and as a finance person, I have to say we're down to $60,000 on how many thousands of dollars we've already spent, and we can continue with this last $60,000 portion and continue to play our part in this decision-making process, because I'd rather meet here and talk to you about my concerns than go to a SLOCOG meeting, which I'll have to do if you give this up to SLOCOG. And there's many citizens like me that would prefer to work with you and our local people over working with SLOCOG and having them take over this. It just seems to me it would be much better for all of us concerned. And also, I think in the meetings, particularly you've had meetings, Jeff, 70% of the people were favorable of the groups that you met with. You've awakened a sleeping giant here. Many of us want that roundabout for a lot of reasons. And I want you to reconsider your decision and take this back. Thank you.
Tim Crowley, and I live over near the current roundabout. And when the city first started planning for it, I thought it was a bad idea because roundabouts are supposed to be huge, like the ones in Boston and Berlin and those other weird cities where people talk weird. But I was wrong, because before that roundabout was there, crossing that intersection was an adventure. I mean, the only thing slowing down the freeway traffic was that long curving off-ramp and a stop sign. A stop sign competing with other stop signs, and all the drivers weren't sure who was going to go next, or they'd be trying to speed race out before the other people, and it was an adventure. But now, even though I'm 30 years older and slower, it isn't quite as exciting as it used to be. I mean, I could cross there and use the crosswalk. People usually stop. I don't try to front them off, walk right in front of them. And the few times people don't see me or pretend like they don't, you can tell by their body language. When I have my little island, so thanks for that, Bill. Or as you said, a refuge, my little island of refuge as a car passes by. Instead of doing little matador moves in the middle of the road like I used to have to do a couple times, I can relate to these kids dodging traffic, and it's not going to get better. I think that the kids are all right. They can handle it. And from what I heard here tonight, I'm not so sure about some of the adults. So I'm encouraging you to go ahead. We spent all this money, finish the project. I'd like to keep it in town here. I have faith in you. Don't kill this. We've come so far. Continue the course. Thank you.
And the last speaker slip I have is Michelle.
Evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name's Chris Robles, 20-plus year resident of Morro Bay, husband, father of 2 boys, 1 at Morro Bay, 1 will be sooner than later. I'm here to strongly urge you to reconsider and move forward with this project. Walking away now would mean losing both money already spent and the significant outside funding that we would get from SLOCOG and Caltrans. That's not only a huge financial loss for us as a city and for the residents, but that's a missed opportunity and smart forward-thinking governance, in my opinion. This project is an investment back into our community for safety, traffic efficiency, and yes, pedestrian safety, cyclist safety as well. All of our families, our children, and our tourism-based economy will gain and reap the benefits of this project. Some argue that they don't improve safety, but the data suggests otherwise. Federal Highway Administration and the Insurance Institute for Highway and Safety basically all lead to 37% fewer collisions, 75% fewer injury crashes, 90% fewer fatal crashes, as well as up to 40% in pedestrian. I get it that that is up to, but doing nothing doesn't get us anywhere into those positive safety numbers as opposed to a roundabout. A good example that I have here is actually the great state of Minnesota. They actually have over 530 roundabouts, right, as of 2024. They have already seen an over 80% reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes. If you see a reduce in that, how do you not see a reduce or an increase, excuse me, of pedestrian safety? And as they have stated tonight, we will get to that phase to make sure that those things are improved and better to increase those odds and that probability. So I ask, what is halting this project going to do? Make our city safer? Are we going to get another chance to get outside funding? Please ensure that the timely completion of this environmental report is done so that the public can provide additional input on the next phase. Let's seize this opportunity for our families, our community, and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, City Council staff. Michelle Esther Cattery, North Morro Bay. I too have children that cross through that intersection, including myself. I've lived around the world for quite a long time, and roundabouts are for vehicles. They're not for pedestrians. Plain and simple. Throw an island in, that's great. Kids are doing this stuff. They don't care. They're gonna play chicken. That's just the way it is. But what I'd like to show you is that the roundabout is also in the tsunami and flood area. With the tsunami being right there, or with the flood area being there, that FEMA, the map shows that the center of the roundabout, what happens when we do have to evacuate? You can't go over the center of a roundabout. If one side is flooded, because we do have flood issues, because Caltrans and SLOCOG refuse to deal with our ongoing issues with the Main Street Bridge, which should have been addressed by other council members, but refuses to be addressed now. We have no way to get out. We're going to be stranded because we can't go around an area of that intersection that's flooded. You can't take a semi and a bunch of over the center of a roundabout. Second of all, next slide, please. In this roundabout, okay, it shows 10 crossing lanes, 5 of which have to be crossed to get to the other side. Also, the off-ramp right angle and closest to Main, closest to Main, difficult for vehicles. That's coming off of Highway 1 where we already have the backup traffic, and then trying to curve into that when you've got Main Street so close and that off-ramp so close. A logical assumption might be to shut that off-ramp and consider doing something with the off-ramp that gets off at Main Street. Why don't we reconfigure that area to try and appease some of the traffic issues? Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker slips, so I will just ask anyone coming up to please be succinct, or we won't even have time to finish this item tonight.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shush Kratzer, and I've lived here for 37 years, I think. I agree with so many of the wonderful speakers who spoke in favor of the roundabout, and I thought the city planning people were terrific. They covered so many bases. I'm constantly surprised when people talk about how terrible the students are and how they're basically dumb and distracted and it's dangerous. When the students themselves come here and say, we want the roundabout. The superintendent of schools, I've seen all the letters that you were sent. The superintendent of schools and the principal of the high school also are in favor of the roundabout. They put a roundabout in front of Arroyo Grande High School. These are all documented, stated facts of people who are saying, we want this. We've been wanting it basically for 30 years. And I'm hoping you move forward with it now. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is David Batant. I'm a resident of North Morro Bay, and I am a reluctant user of the Highway 41 Main Street intersection, both as a motorist and a cyclist. My preference is for Council to rescind your previous stop work vote, direct staff to complete the environmental phase of the roundabout project, and stay involved in the project to keep some semblance of local control. If the council majority can't bring themselves to do that, then approve staff's recommendation to transfer the environmental phase to SLOCOG and adopt the resolution. The worst alternative is for the city government to continue its procrastination on resolving issues with this intersection or implementing small bore measures like signage, rumble strips, and raised crosswalks that will do little to enhance pedestrian safety and nothing to improve traffic flow. The responsible position for this council is to complete the environmental phase one way or the other and move this project to the design phase so that the community can evaluate a more complete design that addresses pedestrian and bicycle safety concerns and provides a realistic project estimate. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, I'd like to speak to some comments that people have made. One, I'd like to note that I believe it was the Caltrans man that noted that rather than look at our intersection and the reality of how the students operate, they were using modeling. And so I think it's important that data that comes from modeling is distinguished from data that comes from experience, and that we need data from experience. And that goes along with the level of service that you were asking about earlier. When you look at Highland, where you go to Cal Poly and Highway 1, and you know it takes 3 lights to get through that thing, that's longer than it takes to get through the roundabout at even the maximum of 90 seconds. So I don't think the level of service is really an issue. Regarding the AG high school thing, their roundabout is 3-legged. It's a skinny road. It gets fat around a circle and then it goes skinny. The high school's right there. There's even talk that they made a mistake in putting it in. You can call the high school principal and talk about that. Roundabout, I don't believe that when you go to a roundabout or any intersection as a pedestrian with my dog, I am not looking one direction. I'm looking everywhere because I don't know who's going to be screwing up, or if it's me that's screwing up. But I'm going to look every which way. I think in question about increasing our population is a really good one, that whether that's going to be an issue or not. The flooding was addressed. I think that someone said that 65% of the community is in favor of the roundabout. You don't know that. Because if you go back and look at the comments since 2023 until the present, you'll see that all the comments around 2023, the majority were always against it. And I think, and I don't know that, except as the woman said, as a month ago, then there were some other people that started talking. And it's been repetitive names that came up and start talking about being for it. And then I guess the last thing, as well as us, both sides, but we also see new names. Sorry, I can't read my last note.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you.
Cindy Batant, I'm a resident of North Morro Bay, and I'm going to try to speed read to make my minute here, but what we're looking is both short-term and long-term issues that must be addressed at these intersections. The current project is focused on planning safety and traffic management improvements that will serve the community for at least the next 20 or 25 years. What we need are meaningful, long-lasting solutions, not temporary, quick-fix patches. Public safety should never be compromised just to save a small amount of funds. Completing the environmental report in a timely manner is essential. It will ensure that all data collected to date is available to support informed decision-making by the council. It will preserve the funding sources available and the schedule for actually realizing a safer, more efficient interchange. Given the recent changes in the available funding sources, it's important that both the public and council have the opportunity to reevaluate their support or their lack thereof based on the most current and comprehensive information, and this study is a missing piece. I was taught to honor my commitments when I was younger, and I expect no less from my city government. Regardless of the path forward, Morro Bay must uphold the commitment it made a year and a half ago to complete this study, and I respectfully urge the council to either rescind the previous stop work and have the staff complete the environmental documents, or to transfer the project to SLOCOG so that this study can be completed. And I'll add to, because I haven't run out, that we need a solution that will minimize the risk of collisions and injuries to all users of these intersections with the resources available. And we have resources that are available now that won't be here potentially next year or the year after. Thank you very much.
Mayor Wixom, Council. My name is Josh Waldman, and I'm a teacher at the high school. I've taught there for 5 years. Before I taught there, I taught at Los Osos Middle School. And I remember the first time I drove into the high school to go to school as a teacher, and I could not believe the intersection. It was like abysmal. Like coming from Los Osos on Highway 1, turning left onto Highway 41. It was really scary. Kids in all directions, cars everywhere. It got even scarier when I started driving it with my son who was learning to drive. Eli, turn left. Oh God, watch out for that truck. Watch out for that pedestrian. The intersection is it's a hazard in any place. I think it's a particular hazard when we're dealing with students. I see that as like a ticking time bomb for our community. Honestly, it's quite a mystery to me that we haven't had more intersections and issues there. I think the roundabout, while it may be imperfect, it is the best thing that we can possibly hope for. As a teacher, I drive it every day, and I'd like to echo some of the things that other speakers have said today, that students can figure it out. They absolutely can. I think it is imperative that as the city, we take some action about this, and it seems like the best research indicates that this is the way to go. So I encourage you to move forward with the roundabout. It's the best thing for students, it's the best thing for pedestrians, it's the best thing for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Carmen. I'm going to finish a study that Betty didn't have time to talk about.
In Minnesota, they have many roundabouts, as we've learned, and they were the first to study pedestrian safety. And in 2024, their report said that a four-way stop is similar in safety to a roundabout, but for far less cost. Which brings me to my issue I was going to talk about. Earlier, we heard that there's been budget cuts all of a sudden to defund the WIC program. And there are many people doing forensic analysis of the budgets at the state level in California. People say we're already in bankruptcy, and we're close to it, and I know I've said this before, but this is an issue that you've got to consider I hope you can consider when you make your decision. What if we're in the middle of this big roundabout and they defund everything because we have a breakdown, which I think we're going to have in this state? So I say bury the roundabout. Why have an ER prior to a design phase for something that should just be stopped? There are safer and cheaper alternatives. And I want to mention, somebody said, oh, well, you have to stop for a pedestrian in a roundabout, so it's really safer. I just want to say, as a chiropractor, you can fracture your atlas when you get rear-ended with somebody going 5 to 10 miles an hour. So it's not safer just because they're stopping at a roundabout for pedestrian. Okay, that was quick, 20.
Linda Donnelly, good evening. Tim Crowley, if you wanted some excitement in the roundabout, you should have been there last night at 7 o'clock. I was getting off the northbound exit, and I usually don't go straight through the exit. I turn before it, because I also live over in that area, or I go towards Albertsons. Anyway, last night there was no traffic except myself coming off the roundabout in a white car behind me. I go through the roundabout, and all of a sudden that car that's behind me is next to me in the roundabout. The narrow roundabout cuts me off and goes straight down Morro Bay Boulevard, right through Piney Way stop sign. Anyway, so what if that had happened at 41 in May? What if some idiot driver, just like I witnessed last night, did something like that? I'm about safety, and I will advocate for the students that cross there, for the pedestrians, unlike what Councilwoman Landrum had experienced this weekend with the four-way stop and riding her bikes through there with her grandchildren. That did not happen last night in the roundabout. I wish there were cameras and somebody could look at that because it's danger. I noticed that there was a little sign that explained how a roundabout works. And I went back today to look at it, and it's right as you come off the southbound exit, and it's literally on the top of another pole with something else. Feet before you actually get into the roundabout. It says that no matter what lane you're in, you can go straight down Morro Bay Boulevard. And then off Quintana, just approaching the roundabout from the Albertsons, is a yellow circle with little arrows that say, you know, like you're approaching the roundabout. It doesn't say roundabout, it just says 20 miles an hour. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Cal Myers. I'm speaking here as a resident of Morro Bay. I am not a traffic engineer, so I cannot speak to the safety of it. Obviously, safety is important. It's really a future safety is a statistical model. You'll have to figure out, you know, which model is most safe given the parameters of our intersection. There's no such thing as guaranteeing safety. It's hard to make something idiot-proof because idiots are so inventive. But really, my comment here is about the council. And you guys made a commitment to do the EIS study. I know there's some vocal individuals and constituencies here that you have to be responsible to, but if you back off from something you've committed to doing, it feels quite honestly shady. And it may be a short-term win for that constituency, but then it makes the council less trustworthy. And I think you should stick with what you've committed to do. As Director Qualick says, it really doesn't change the outcome of whether there's going to be a traffic circle there. But to commit to saying you're going to do something and follow it through, even if it's unpopular, makes me know that you're trustworthy and you can keep your word. So that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Onan Champy, a property owner in Morro Bay floodplain, not too far from the proposed site. I have a much more simplistic view of the entire project at this point, since the item is only to improve the finishing of the environmental report. As a contractor for many, many years, I would often like to look at a finished set of plans before I make a decision what to do, yes or no. Seems like we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves whether we want it or not until we figure out if it's even feasible. A general review of the site looks like it crosses over a gas station. So if we let Caltrans come up with a scaled set of plans and then go out and draw some lath and put some paint down and figure out where it's actually going to go and how it's all going to scale out to the actual site, then you can figure out if it's over the top of a gas station or a fuel tank, or if there's any conflicting underground. These are all things that come up when you get to the plan stage. You wouldn't go 90% through designing a house that you wanted and say, oh, I'm done, I'll just throw it away. You have to complete the plan before you decide whether you're going to accept it or not, in my view. And so my recommendation would be to simply complete the plan, let Caltrans get it all the way to scale, go to the site, review the site completely, get all the environmental work done, see if there's any conflicting infrastructure out there, and see if it's even a feasible project at this point. So that's my comment about that. I have a second comment about the audiovisual project, and if there's any contingency money and you can put in an elevating podium, I'd appreciate that, because it's kind of hard to lean over and talk to you at the same time, and most of the people that talk are between this tall and that tall. So thank you for the consideration.
AG, oh. If you're going to speak, if you guys can line up, because we literally will not have enough time to finish this item before our council meeting ends. We're pushing the end of the night.
Good evening. Nick DeAngelis here. I just wanted to make a couple comments. I've been against this roundabout since it started for reasons that I want to go back to, which is that when the previous council made the decision to go forward with the roundabout, it lacked data and it lacked a plan. For all intents and purposes, there are experts here, and I have been very passionate about having good infrastructure and making sure that we are not on the hook for dollars spent. Mr. Irwin, I'm sorry I look like a schmuck. I actually got done coaching Mr. Irwin's kid today, so I apologize. But Irwin is an expert and he's here, and there's $30 million. So let's take advantage of that. SlowCog has 8. Let's take advantage of that. This is only one piece of a project that, quite frankly, we should have been talking about this when it was originally passed in the previous council, and we didn't. So I think what is a point here is you all, some of you are elected officials, and some of you didn't have a contest, but your constituents are saying that they want a plan, and they have identified that something needs to get fixed in that particular area. I live at 1902 Main Street. I can tell you all right now, between the hours of 8 and 11 p.m., it's terrible to get any rest for all the reasons that are the on-ramps, the off-ramps, the crazy driving, everything else that goes into that intersection alone. But I think my opinion has changed today, just listening to your all's constituents, because there are experts in the room. Mr. Quillick, I think it is a little bit ridiculous to say that the city can't move quickly on some initiatives to prove points, because not long ago we did actually try to put a raised stop sign with a beacon on it. That thing got ran over. No one has replaced it. So I think what we've seen is we have experts in the room. We should have had this a long time ago. But my general message has been when the community comes and speaks to you all, the community is saying they need to solve, they want a problem solved, and we have experts, we need to let it go. And then after this, let's all come back together and figure out what we wanted to just want to decide on, because this project is very complex, even outside of this decision. Thank you all.
Thanks, Nick. AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are 2 raised hands in the queue. One moment. Our first one's going to be Shirley. And Shirley, you should be able to talk now.
Thank you. Shirley Frazier, 30-year resident of Morro Bay. The fact is that currently 6 of the 8 access points are controlled by stop signs. In the roundabout, none of the access points will have stop signs. Yes, in theory, drivers in California are supposed to yield to pedestrians, but in practice, that doesn't always happen. Many of us have been in situations where we've had close calls with vehicles that have not stopped for us while we have had the right-of-way. And honestly, in practice, roundabouts often increase traffic speed in order to enter the traffic circle before another vehicle. The thought of having actual lit, controlled pedestrian crossing areas, the flashing lights to stop traffic, seems like a safe alternative. The roundabout will certainly increase traffic flow, but will not slow down access points for cyclists and pedestrians. Thank you.
All right, we have one more raised hand in queue. It's going to be Judy Lynn, and you should be able to talk now, Judy.
Good evening, Council. Judy Lynn, 58-year resident of Morro Bay. I think we can all agree that due to Highways 1 and 41, Caltrans bears responsibility for this intersection. Knowing this, last year I submitted a Caltrans service request and essentially was told to date, and I quote, "To date, the monitoring programs have not identified the state route 141 Main Street interchange area as a location in need of safety enhancements." Is that the reason Caltrans hasn't brought the crosswalks up to ADA standards? The number one concern is definitely the pedestrian safety. We can't ignore that at all. There's not a comparison. Somebody brought up Windsor High School and a state-of-the-art roundabout that, went in there. Well, in reality, it's over a half a mile away from the high school, and our kids are only walking a 1/10 of a mile to get over to Taco Bell. So there's really not a comparison. And we don't know if Windsor High School is an open campus. And people have brought up, it's going to beautify an entrance. Well, there won't be beautification in the center because we have to leave that open for functional needs for large RVs and semis. A solution should take into account the pros and cons of safety, money, and construction disruption. We have a solution that is safe, saves money, and eliminates construction disruption. Let's continue with stop signs and upgrade crosswalks to ADA standards. Thank you.
AGP, are there any more raised hands in the queue?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no more raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you, everyone, for your engagement this evening. It is very much appreciated. Questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all of you for participating tonight. I appreciate all of it. This question would be for Mr. Kwolek. It seems to me that timing, and in this sense, the timing of completing the EIS and meeting the timing of Caltrans project is in question here. Am I hearing that correctly from the staff report?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Edwards. It's certainly an issue that has to be monitored closely if the roundabout project were to move forward, because that's dependent upon the partner agencies chipping in the project, and the Caltrans CAPM has a restricted timeline. So yes, I'm not sure what you mean by that it's a question here.
There's a difference between, us actually completing the EIS in a timely fashion as opposed to giving the project over to SLOCOG to complete the EIS. So I do know, just having been here for 2 and change years, that sometimes there are pressing issues that come into play and items that kind of steer us off course in timing of things. And so I am feeling at this moment a little concerned after reading the staff report. I was seeing that in the report. I could be wrong. I'm also hearing that out in the public. And so I'm just trying to assess, in your mind, were you just being prudent in having us not rescind. Actually, rescind would have been an alternate, but actually giving it over to SLOCOG, was timeliness a criteria for you, a main criteria for you?
Thank you for the clarification. I don't know that timeliness was a criteria for the recommendation to move the project to SLOCOG. I think we did bring up some staff capacity issues. You know, we do have one engineer, actually Cindy, who will be concluding her service with the city sometime in September. Our other engineer, who would be managing this as a backup, is going on paternity leave for a few months. So we've struggled to recruit engineers. Every agency in the region has difficulty with that. We've had a couple good years, but you know, that's not to say that that's going to continue. So there certainly would be a capacity issue, but you know, I'm confident that if the city council asked the city to continue the roundabout environmental phase, that we would be able to do it, because our involvement is not so extreme. It's a couple hours a week or 3 hours a week, and then the past month or so have probably been more like 35 hours a week on the roundabout. But so when staff reports come up, we're all involved, but when it's just sort of maintaining the rhythm of the project, it's not that intensive from a staff capacity standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Kwolek. I appreciate that. Could we address, I know storm drain mitigation came up at the last meeting. Could we address the flood mitigation that was brought up here tonight? Just briefly.
Excuse me. First, as I think you all know, this is not a flood mitigation project. There is current flooding that goes on at that intersection in extreme rains, and there will be flood issues in extreme rains, regardless of whether there's a roundabout there or there's a six-way stop sign. They're unrelated to this project. There is a floodplain mitigation project that we received grant funding for. So hopefully, eventually, that will be dealt with regardless of what that intersection is.
Thank you, Ms. Cecil. And then I also wanted to address short-term versus long-term. I do know that cities can oftentimes do interim or what's called stopgaps. Could you, I don't know who I would address this to, if it would be Caltrans or you, Mr. Kwolek, but I'm just curious, when cities do put in those types of interim stopgaps, do we have an idea on average of how long those actually last before, you know, the city ends up going, we need to do a longer term solution to this?
Thank you for the question. I'll say just, I'm not sure if I'll be getting exactly at your question, but you know, if the staff were directed by the city council to pursue a new project to develop alternatives for pedestrian safety improvements that would get us through the next couple of years, I mean, I think it would probably take at least a year to get that implemented through Caltrans, just based on my conversations with Caltrans staff in recent days. I don't have experience in I think the scenario that you mentioned, where stop gaps are put in place and then they wind up being replaced anyway. I know that there's some in the region. Solvang comes to mind, and some others, I believe Paso and the 46101. So we're certainly here to talk about those if you want to, but those examples do exist.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, and I will save the rest for my comments later. Thank you.
Councilmember Landrum? No questions? Councilmember LaFay, questions? No questions? Clarification, if I could please, Mr. Kwolek. There was a comment made about why this concern for pedestrian safety wasn't a city goal. Is it my understanding it wasn't a city goal, as far as I know, because it's not our property? My understanding when I asked you about could we improve the crosswalks, and I think that was shared this evening by Caltrans, that it's not that simple to just go in and do it, that those intersections are all owned by Caltrans and not the city?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. That's correct, that those are Caltrans right-of-way, and they have some authority over what happens there, and we can't just, for example, as part of our paving project, go and stripe it the way we want it and add infrastructure. I can't speak to why it hasn't been a city goal. It could be a city goal. I suppose the city didn't receive feedback that there were any improvements there that were needed. Well, I really shouldn't speculate, but yes, it's true that that's Caltrans right away.
And the crosswalk that we put up by the police department, we did because it's the city's property, city streets?
That's correct, and if I may just address that quickly, that was at a very passionate insistence by the police department that there was an importance of improving the ability to cross the road. There's just so many factors at that crossing that it made a lot of sense. We also looked at it in the LRSP document, and we worked very closely with Chief Watkins, and I personally heard many stories from police department staff where they were like playing leapfrog. That's not the word. What's the 80s Frogger? Thank you. Crossing that road. So we certainly prioritize that in recognition of the testimony that we were receiving from the police department.
Thank you. I guess I just was looking for the contrast of the fact that that was city streets versus Caltrans streets. So we'll move into comments. I'll start down to my right. Councilmember LaFay, comments? Councilmember Landrum. Can I pause you for just 1 second? It's 9:25. Do I have council's permission to complete this item? Go past our stop time. Thank you.
Let's see. All right. Well, I do appreciate everyone. Roundabouts are very polarizing issues, I think, in all communities. I feel like they bring out a lot of contention among people, and I think it's great that we've had so much public comment, and I appreciate all of your comments. Let's see. I want to clarify that I definitely don't think teenagers are stupid. I'm concerned about the safety of all pedestrians, and I don't think that there's only teenagers at that intersection. There's also very young children, as I observed this weekend. There's parents towing babies in bike trailers and strollers. There's elderly residents. There's disabled residents. There's tourists going to the beach or going to the liquor store from, hotels, and there's just a lot of things happening at that intersection. I think that, it is kind of confusing because the reason for Caltrans to be involved in this is because of the level of service, which the majority of that is for the wait time of a vehicle, which doesn't have anything to do with pedestrians, which I think is a lot of the concern. Then again, we had the vote in 2023 where it was a mixed vote of 3-2. I was not in favor of a roundabout at that intersection. I feel like I have a really unique perspective. I attended Morro Bay High School. My children attended Morro Bay High School. I use that intersection multiple times a day, and I see it all the time. I see it every day, all the time, all different times of the day. I ride through it on my bike. I really feel like I'm very familiar with that intersection. No, I'm not an engineer, but I don't know. Here's where I am with this. For one, I think the design of the original intersection is a really poor design. It's to have all of those those roads coming together is just not a good design. It was never done correctly. It's really kind of shameful, though, that really in my whole lifetime of living in Morro Bay, nothing has ever changed at that intersection. It's been the exact same way. That's over 50 years. Right now, I mean, there's no crossing, like school crossing signs. There's no, I just drove through Cayucas, right past Cayucas Elementary School today, earlier, and they have one of those overhead flashing, just a red light, so that people kind of are aware that there's a school there. There's, there's language signs. There's just nothing there. In fact, the stop sign, if you're coming from Atascadero, the stop sign at 41 in Main Street is crooked. It's like, kind of looks like it was an afterthought to put it there. And like, there's just been no love at all in that intersection in all of these years. And I find that really shocking. And now we're at this point where we've been, led here by the prior decision. I don't know. I feel like, and we're not being offered anything really what I want for Morro Bay. I'm not against roundabouts at all. That would be weird. I'm not against. I mean, I think that intersection should be improved, definitely. I don't know why we're not being offered a pedestrian bridge to deal with our, oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Move forward. That brings me to that whole concept of moving forward. Why wasn't all of this stuff done in the past? If this has been a project that has been ongoing for 30 years, why haven't we moved forward? It just seems like, we're here at this moment because people have never, why has it not gone forward? I don't know. I think that Morro Bay, I value residents in Morro Bay, and I value our community, and I think that we deserve the best intersection we could have. If it is a roundabout, great, but I think that it should include a pedestrian bridge. I don't know why it doesn't. I think that it should include the flooding being addressed so that it's not just a roundabout sometimes. And it's, I mean, I don't know why we would go to this extreme effort and not address all of these things right now. I think that's, that doesn't make sense to me. Why would the level of service would be zero if the road was flooded? Why wouldn't we address that right now? And why can't we have a pedestrian bridge to safely deal with the pedestrians? I've been shown in other cities, they have, like an elevator for people to take their bikes up and for disabled people. Why can't we have, why can't we, I think Morro Bay is worth a little more than just, some little crossings here and there. I don't know why we can't have that. I question why Caltrans won't give that to us at that intersection.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As far as I know, the number 30 has been thrown around here tonight. I'm not sure if 30 is exactly right, but a 20 to 25-year story of an infrastructure project that we have before us pretty much here tonight. And it's not even the design phase. This is just about the EIS portion and getting through that. I would venture to say that there probably wasn't money there for this project back then, that the can got kicked down the road. Maybe there was more pressing issues. Or possibly, I don't know, maybe at points there was lack of political will. I don't know, I wasn't there. But the fact of the matter is, this project still remains on our books. And when this project came before us previously, with the previous council in 2023, the facts were, as many of the facts are in the report tonight, the same. We knew costs would rise. We knew the intersection was failing and would continue to degrade. We were all concerned with safety for our community members and visitors, regardless of how they were going to traverse the intersection. We looked at 3 options: the roundabout, the double light, and leaving it the same. Well, if everything is still about safety tonight, then clearly leaving it the same is not an option anymore. So the information that we received in 2023, the facts is that they were presented to us, many of them in this report tonight and back in the report then, were given to us and generated by civil engineers, experts. Not me. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm not an expert on this. And it was concluded that the roundabout was the preferred option based on a multitude of points for this intersection, including future capacity, but not limited to. The project brought together 3 partners: the city, SLOCOG, and Caltrans. And this was a monetary partnership. In 2023, during the first vote, the amount the city was committing to was capped at $2.5 million. At that time, of course, that was not the amount spent. SLOCOG was bringing about, I think, $8 million, 4 to 8 in there at the time. I don't know, the numbers kind of shifted a little bit. And Caltrans, during the second deliberation, because our first meeting was continued, Caltrans came to the podium with $3 million. So that gave us a pretty good total, bucket of money there. What's changed now? The only thing that's changed now is that Caltrans is now interested in wrapping this project up into their 2029 project handling Highway 1 paving. So we have the money to do this, an infrastructure project that's been on the books for over 20 years. And I think based on the amount of money that we've already spent, the very least we can do is get through this EIS. I think the question that I'm having tonight and that I'm grappling with right now is the timeliness. We need to make sure that that EIS is completed and matches up with Caltrans work so that they can move forward. So that's the one concern that I have. So I'm going to pass it off to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, fellow council members, for your comments. To say that this has been a challenging process for the last 30 years is probably the understatement of the night. It certainly has been. And from what I can see, whatever direction this decision goes, there's going to be a lot of upset people. There's going to be some folks disappointed on either side of this decision. One thing I know we can all agree on is the safety of particular pedestrians at that intersection. I've read all your emails. There were a number of folks that emailed me, and I'm presuming the other council members, asking us to go down there and take a look. I think many of us are very familiar with that intersection. My kids are 21, they're twins, and I experienced 4 years of drop-off and pickup as they attended Morro Bay High. And I live in North Morro Bay and walk that intersection several times a week and drive it daily. So I'm very, very familiar with it. A couple of comments going back to what our former mayor mentioned and the question that I asked. It seems to me that there is an overt failure of process that's happened here. And it's not, I don't think the finger can be pointed at any one particular entity, whether it's Caltrans or SLOCOG or city staff or city leadership through the policymakers. It's a combination of those things being part of the process and being part of a bureaucracy. But here's what I do know. I can put my finger on something, and that's over the last 30 years, there have not been any improvements made at that intersection in terms of enhancing pedestrian safety. And I would declare that that is a failure of process. And I want to see that addressed. It's something that everyone on both sides of this issue agrees upon. I know that from reading your emails and listening to your public comment. We all agree on that. Maybe, and I don't mean to pick on Caltrans here, but maybe one entity doesn't, because we were informed tonight that that intersection has not risen based on prior scoring models. to a level that requires safety enhancements. And I think that's something that I would like to see this council direct our staff to look into and interact with Caltrans on a deeper basis with that. I've done a heck of a lot of research over the last couple of weeks due to our constituent involvement. I want to thank everyone for being engaged. I don't think we awakened a sleeping giant. This is Morro Bay. We care about our community. We're engaged and we're passionate, and I appreciate the passion on both sides of this issue. I'll tell you straight up front, my bias is toward the signalized option, because the scoring model that was used back in 2023, and I spent the last week watching that meeting, reading through the staff report, and I want to call out Councilmember Landrum. Thank you for the questions you asked back in 2023 and tonight. Sometimes maybe you don't ask them as eloquently or as concisely as some would prefer, but they're extremely important questions. As I watched the meeting back in 2023, I learned a lot, and a lot of it was due to the questions that you asked, so thank you for that. So listening to the conversation and deliberation that was had in 2023, listening to what we're going through tonight in terms of our staff reports, I do want to go back to that issue of facts versus fear versus experts. Yes, there are facts, and yes, there are experts. Some of the facts, particularly in modeling, are based on the input into the model, right? So if anyone has worked with models, you know that there's that old saying, garbage in, garbage out. So we've got to be very careful about the data that's put into the models. And one of the things that I did discover was the traffic demand model that was used, and that number elevated by a factor of almost 5, seemingly on a very arbitrary basis. When a number goes from, and I'm a finance guy, so I appreciate the numbers and I appreciate conservative estimates, but when a number goes from 0.11% to 0.50, again, that's almost a factor of 5, and then the 0.50 just, it puts a red flag. That means we rounded to something based on a certain amount of arbitrary thinking. So all that said, the questions that I'm asking myself tonight are, how do we move forward with the safety enhancements? It's like that old saying, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. We've had 30 years slide by without enhancements there. And do we want to put them in if it's going to take a year? Do we have the political will to get it done? Do we want to have them put in to only be torn out a couple of years from now for a roundabout, potentially? Well, for the safety of the Morro Bay High School students and the rest of the community, I think that's a viable thing for us to look at. As a matter of fact, as it was mentioned by one of the public speakers, why isn't it on our city goals? It's something that we've looked at as a community for 2+ decades. But this part just simply hasn't been acted upon. One other item that a speaker mentioned tonight that really hit home for me, and I've been giving a lot of thought to, is the idea of continuity of council decisions, the integrity of the city and the city's decisions, and how we interact with other agencies. And I think that's important. I don't want to place this city in a position that loses esteem, that completely disregards prior decisions, even if I don't wholly agree with those decisions. And I would remind folks that the last 2 decisions on this issue were 3-2. One was 3-2 and the other one was 2-3. So they were split decisions. But that said, I'm inclined to move forward with the staff recommendation in the fact that we have momentum in this direction. I've heard our constituents talk about where we are in this process. I appreciate the diagnosis that was done in the staff report. in terms of particularly freeing up some of our staff time so that we can work on other items in the meantime with regard to this project and others with a handoff to SLOCOG, with us honoring that prior commitment out of the development impact funds. And then significantly, for me, is what again, I think on both sides, what we've talked about a lot is moving the process forward so that we can give this a proper evaluation, because we're not in the design phase. We don't have the design to pick apart at this point. So I would look forward to the opportunities, the milestones that we have moving forward when we do have that opportunity. And frankly, again, I'll just say it now, my bias is toward the signalization option, which was the second recommended option back in 2023. That doesn't mean that I've made my mind up. I'm going to keep an open mind to the input of you, our citizens, as well as what our experts tell us, knowing that experts aren't right 100% of the time as well, and knowing that what makes, I'll just conclude with this, sorry I've gone on a bit, but I'll just conclude with this. We talk about the facts of studies and national studies. This I know about, again, that intersection is what makes it unique is the proximity to Morro Bay High School and the fact that we have a couple hundred adolescent pedestrians going through that intersection every day during school session. So that makes this highly unique, and that's going to be, that pedestrian safety is going to continue to be my number one concern with any project that we move forward there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments. I'm going to agree with most everything that's been shared up here and not continue to just repeat what's already been said so much tonight. I think that all of us recognize the concerns of the safety in the community, and probably perhaps why Councilmember Landrum and myself voted against this project more than once. As we look at this project, you have to circle back and be reminded that it's an environmental impact study, and it's not the place where we have the opportunity to talk about all the pedestrian concerns we have. We talk about impact to vehicles and congestion and all those things. And as I shared last time, and as did Councilmember Landrum, that to address the east side and not address the west side, I don't see it solving the problem, because everything on the west side is a left-hand turn, which is why Arroyo Grande High School put in the little circle there, because of their left-hand turn problem. So not addressing the things on the west side with a bike connector and a future bike connector coming that will increase traffic, and e-bikes that are going 30 miles an hour through there. It's just something for me, as a representative of this community, as your mayor, and as a representative on SLOCOG, that's going to be at the forefront of all of the comments and decisions, that is included when it's time to address that. SLOCOG's going to take this project whether we approve it or deny it. I know that from being on the board and already sitting through the meeting, as it's part of our staff report, and I appreciate their willingness. They stepped up for other projects where the Board of Supervisors passed off a roundabout because of the contentious nature of it, where the residents were opposed to it and the commuters were in favor of it. So it doesn't go away from local control. SLOCOG is all of us. It is all the representatives from our cities and our counties. So it is still local control. And with that, I'm going to end my comments and ask if you want to. Yes.
To go back to where I started, thank you all for your comments tonight and for your participation. And I just want to let you know, in case you don't know, tomorrow, if you're not doing anything at 3 o'clock, we have a budget study session, and you're welcome to come to that.
Madam Mayor, are you prepared for a motion?
Motion, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and for staying with us this late. I'm getting a little tired. I bet you are, too. I moved that the Morro Bay City Council reaffirm the April 22nd, 2025 vote to discontinue environmental work on the roundabout and adopt resolution number 30-25 to request the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments to complete the roundabout project environmental documents and transfer development impact fee funding to the SLOCOG for finalization of the roundabout project environmental phase at a not-to-exceed amount of $60,000, and authorize the city manager to develop and execute an agreement to effectuate such transfer.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. We will not be addressing item 9B this evening as we've run out of time. Community risk assessment and standards of cover for Morro Bay Fire Department. We will be addressing that at our next meeting. I will ask council if you can take your comments outside so we can finish, please. I'll ask council, is there any future agenda items? Future agenda items? I have one future agenda item. Can you go outside, please? Hello? Thank you. I'd like to bring a future agenda item if there's council support to revisit and address the policies and procedures as we've talked about cell phones and other things like that. So if we can, and I'll work with the city attorney on that. Thank you. So there's support. Thank you. Yes.
There's Rob. Our city attorney, I may need some help with this one, as well as our director of public works. Let me ask you, Director Qualick, would it be appropriate at this time for me to request as a future agenda item pedestrian safety enhancement efforts at the 41 Main Street intersection?
I would argue that perhaps the best place to bring that up is at tomorrow's budget hearing, and perhaps with some seed money to put staff attention on this so that we know it's something that the council desires, and during that meeting, there could be a vote as part of the overall budget approval that would then give us that direction to work on the project.
Okay, thank you. That said, I would still like to bring it up because of the glacial speed of government. If I don't bring it up and get support tonight, then we have to wait.
I support that.
And even if we decide to go a different direction, we don't need to necessarily bring it forward. I mean, we could vote it down. So I'm asking for support to bring forward, option, thank you, safety enhancement, pedestrian safety enhancement options for 41 Main Street.
I'd support that.
Especially since it's going to be years before that project, if it gets started. So,
We've got
yeah.
support, yeah.
Yeah, you have support. And we can talk with you, Mr. Qualick, Mr. Eccles can about, I think we're just talking about some basics, and I think. Anything else? With that, we're adjourned. I invite all of you to join us tomorrow at 3 o'clock for budget hearing.